order. Welcome everybody to do this Hotokada tea building. All of a sudden I don't know what to call it. But we're very thankful to be here, and we'll hear a little bit more about it in a few minutes. I'd like to start by everybody getting to know who's in the room. And Erica, if you're online, Erica is the president of the Board of Animal Health, and she has some reason that she's not here today. And so if you'd introduce yourself and then tell us why you're not here today.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Well, Dr. Hawkins has so graciously agreed to lead the meeting for me, so I'm grateful for an amazing vice chair. Some of you may know this, but maybe a lot of you don't, but back in 2020, my husband was diagnosed with leukemia. And so we've had a 3.5-year journey of chemotherapy. It's been a pretty long treatment plan, but it's been successful. And this afternoon is my husband's last day of chemotherapy. So we're taking our daughters with, and we're going to end the journey and get to watch him ring the bell. So we're pretty excited. So I will be leaving the meeting probably at lunch. So all of you that have been supportive, of myself and my family, I thank you for all the support that you and patience that you've given me as we've worked through this. So.
Thank you, Erica, and thanks for sharing that. And I hope that sets a bit of a tone to the meeting, that we are grateful and for the blessings that we do have in our lives. So Jessica, are you online as well, a board member? Jessica Fox, could you introduce yourself? On there, I can't see that part.
I don't see her
on there. Okay. Jessica's not feeling well, so that's why she didn't come to the meeting, but she maybe isn't able to join us either. So we'll just, now I'm going to step over to Dr. Abigail Maynard. She's the newest member of the board, and I'm going to ask Abigail to tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came to apply for the board.
Absolutely. So I'm Dr. Abigail Wheeler, just Addie, it's fine. So I graduated vet school in 2017. I went to St. George's University, and then I finished my last year at the University of Minnesota. I originally practiced as a mixed animal practitioner in Tennessee for 2.5 years, and then I missed Minnesota, so I came back, and I was practicing as an associate and then a medical director of a small animal practice to clinic practice in the Twin Cities. And now I'm functioning as the functional owner of another practice that is in the process of transitioning in the Twin Cities area. I applied for the board because this is actually a really full circle moment for me. When I was in vet school, I was very interested in public health in general. Public health is aligned with veterinary medicine. And I'm really happy to be here because there's so many people that I did externships with in this room. I might tear up a little bit because it's a very full circle moment for me. I worked with APHIS, with Dr. Schaefbauer and Dr. Scheftel at the Department of Health, and I worked with the board, and I also worked with FSIS in my clinical year, and even prior to my clinical year, honestly. And I've always just had a passion for veterinary medicine. It is my dream. It's the thing that I love the most, and I'm involved in a lot of different parts of it. And so when I saw this opportunity, I was like, yes, we have to do this. And so I'm just really happy to be here, and I'm very passionate about veterinary medicine in Minnesota and both of those things together.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for keeping the spirit of the meeting. Great. As I typically do, I forget to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Peggy Ann Hawkins. I live in Northfield, Minnesota, and serve as a livestock veterinarian, of course, companion animal veterinarian on the board. And we'll go around the table this way and catch people in the back.
Alex Stady, board member, member of the Shakopee Sioux Committee, beef producer.
I'm Brandon Schaefer, a more member of the board and a pig and cattle producer from Gilsdorf, Minnesota.
I'm Veronica Bartsch, I'm the senior veterinarian to the board, companion animals and rabies. Everyone, I'm Medina. I serve as director of government relations for the Minnesota Department of Agriculture and the Minnesota Board of Animal Health.
Dr. Eric Job, assistant director at the board of Animal Health.
Shauna Voss, senior veterinarian in charge of poultry programs at the Board of Animal Health.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome. Stephan Schaefbauer, area veterinarian in charge for USDA. That's
I'm Paul Anderson. I'm a member of the Minnesota Pet Breeders Association and a member of the Minnesota Elk Breeders Association. And I'm here as the chairman of the MDMA Small Animal Welfare Committee.
good morning. I'm Erin Kreider. I'm the communications specialist at the board.
I'm Dan Callahan, also communications at the board.
Krista Lautenschlager, I'm a state program admin working with poultry at the board. I'm Missy Sony, I'm the emergency coordinator for the Board of Animal Health.
Good morning. I'm Addie Evans-Engelke, and I am the farm survey program lead at the board.
Hi, I'm Kate Brightfield. I'm the newest field services vet for the board.
Brian Hayes, state veterinarian for Minnesota and executive director of the Board of Animal Health. Steve Neal from Northfield and on the board, and I am a cattle producer.
Lucia Hunt, Minnesota Department of Agriculture Emergency Response. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Addie. Joni Scheftel, state public health veterinarian at Minnesota Department.
Laura Molgaard, dean of the University of Minnesota College of Veterinary Medicine.
Now I'm gonna skip back over. Well, I'm gonna go with the person who just said
Hi
that.
there. Good morning, Dr. Courtney Wheeler, assistant director with the Board of Animal Health. Good to see you again.
I'm Gina. I go by release. I'm one of the Minnesota Breeders.
I'm Dan, I'm also from Minnesota Pet Breeders Association.
And there's our top executive secretary of Minnesota.
Well, welcome, everybody. Now we have some meeting stuff. Board members, we were all sent a copy of the last board meeting minutes. Now, I think we had it, we've already mentioned it to Aaron, but I would ask for a motion to approve those minutes from the September 27th meeting.
So
Moved by Steve. Seconded by. All in favor? Aye. Erica?
Aye.
Sorry. Pass. Motion. Now I'd like to approve the agenda. Is there any changes, rearrangements, anything we need to do differently than the agenda is written? The proposing changes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes or the agenda?
I so.
Brandon moved.
Also,
And Alex second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I guess I'm supposed to do that a little bit differently, but we got through it, okay? At this time, I'd like Alex to give us a brief explanation.
Yeah, welcome everybody, to the Shakopee Sioux community. Yeah, this is a place to gather. It's what Pochkati means. We're honored to have you guys here. As you can see, we got the teepees out the back here. That kind of just represents just home. So, yeah, so it's, yeah, welcome. Appreciate it for coming down here. So.
I would ask, Aaron, where our facilities is Dr. Fox on?
Yes, I saw her.
Welcome, Dr. Fox.
I got on. Sorry, guys. I really struggle with Teams so much.
So Dr. Fox is another veterinarian, here on the board, and thank you so much for joining us, okay? There you are. Facilities around the corner.
Yeah, you can go out this door and there are directional signs to tell you how to get to the restrooms.
Okay.
They're down the hall.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Otherwise, you go out this door as well, take a left and they'll be right there too.
Excellent.
All right, we need a Board of Animal Health update by Dr. Brian Hicks.
And Jubilee,
The clicker?
I can. Just it. If that's okay. And now Aaron's getting my PowerPoint up. I always feel like I need to apologize that I'm out, or overstepping what my oh, go ahead.
Before the folks on, have to leave, we need to get dates for next.
Oh,
Yeah, so approval of the minutes was the past, approval of the agenda is in the present, and getting meeting dates for next year. It's now in the future. I'm following my own agenda. So Erica and Jessica, does anyone want to propose a date in February? The calendar is empty until the 22nd, so not at the end of the month. You need to take care of this before people leave.
I'm traveling a lot in February, but the 14th I have open. Like that Wednesday, if we're sticking to Wednesdays.
Valentine's Day?
Okay.
That's fine with me.
Yeah.
right, that's important.
This is,
Yeah, it's gonna be
Still during day hours, we're not going out for evening.
That will overlap with Fort Congress,
Okay, no.
one, and I know I personally will have a vacation plan at the same time, so.
So we're looking earlier in February.
yeah, this is Erica. I think probably earlier February would work better for me. I'm a little bit flexible, but and I also don't practice Valentine's Day either, but
6th or 7th work for people?
This MVMA, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, MVMA annual meetings.
Okay, but we don't want to step on that toe. And you do 2 meetings in a row. 6th and the 7th. Although MVMA meeting must be more than 1 day.
It's starting on 7.
I think it starts on the 7th, 7th, 8th, 9th.
Otherwise, we get really early in getting to. The first is a Thursday, 5th or 6th.
And maybe that is an issue for many people here. I'm just mentioning it.
Yeah. Going to propose the 6th of February. Are you okay on a Tuesday, Jessica?
I might be traveling. This February is kind of crazy, but I will either attend this way or I'll do whatever I can attend if I can. This February is a little bananas.
Go with the 6th. All right, we decided on the 6th. That didn't take too long. Now we're going to go to April. We'll get both of those situated and the rest of the year next year will take care of itself. So, if they don't accept me as being on the board again, April will be my last meeting.
This is Erica. If I could chime in with April, I also raise corn and soybeans. So, and I know Alex has some
Earlier
crops.
is better.
Yeah, so earlier April, the better, because otherwise, I'll be in a tractor.
Get the rate.
Then does the 3rd of April sound okay? Because we seem to meet on Tuesdays or Wednesdays. I don't know why, but
Yeah, that works for me.
Wednesday, the 3rd?
That's only a 6-week gap or something gap between meetings. That's
It's,
traditional.
Quarter to quarter.
Okay.
And so,
That works.
you know,
Keeps the meeting shorter.
That, you can do that. I'm good with that. I like that.
does that sound okay?
The third, you said.
The 3rd, Wednesday, the 3rd of April.
Do you,
Yes.
sorry, this is Erin. Can we ask for a general location for the February meeting, like where you would, thoughts on that?
This is Erica. Can I jump in, Erin?
Sure.
So I don't know, I will circle back with one of the veterinarians with Genio, but I had a Genio veterinarian approach me this summer wanting to have, or inviting us to have a meeting at their plant in Melrose. He was very excited to invite us to have a meeting there. So I think that we should take him up on that. But given the nature of High Path, we maybe should check in with him, but that would be in Melrose. So that could be an option.
Okay. All right, I'll catch up with you over email and we'll
Okay.
work that out.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, and I'm open if anybody else has a suggestion, but that's somewhere that we haven't been yet. And like I said, he was pretty excited to host a board meeting, but just given the nature of what our industry is going through, we maybe should double check with him. But as of this summer in June, he was very approachable on that. So
That sounds good. And now, I apologize for my move a few minutes ago.
No worries.
Let's get Dr. Hoefs here to talk to us about a Board of Animal Health update.
So I was saying, these are always hard for me to come up with because I don't have spoiler alerts for what the rest of the agenda is. So I mean, a lot of what we're going to talk about is going to be later in the agenda. So I picked out some kind of odds and ends, I'll call it, of activities and events that have kept us busy since the last meeting.
Okay.
Perfect. So this is a slide I borrowed from my last presentation, just kind of a reminder. I mentioned that we were going to the USAHA, so United States Animal Health Association meeting in October. Myself and the 4 senior veterinarians were able to attend that meeting in Washington, DC. I wanted to talk a little bit more about a little more detail of actually what happens at this meeting. So it's actually a combined meeting, so it doesn't, I didn't say it before, but it's combined with AAVLD, so American Association of Veterinary, AAVDL, Diagnostic Labs. Do I have that right?
AAVLD.
Veterinary laboratory.
Laboratory, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. The letters are right. The word are right. So, as well as the National Association of State Animal Health Officials meeting. So literally, there were 3 meetings together. In addition to that, there were some other conventions going. It was a huge place. So a lot of running around trying to figure which wing we were going to and which meeting we were in. So the meeting started out with the National Assembly of State Animal Health Officials. Obviously, every state that has a state veterinarian is at that meeting. The kind of the basics of that meeting were orientation, introductions, and then a little bit of commiserating what's happening in your states. And I don't know if it's refreshing or depressing, but really the same theme among most of the states. So what's on their mind? I've had avian influenza. So at that point, I think we had one case, Shauna, or we were on our second case. So it was starting, the event was starting. We were one of the earlier states, but other states were starting to get signs and concerns. Staffing and funding was another big issue, big concern with a lot of the state animal health officials. I think Minnesota actually rose to the top in that situation in some respects. We, as I mentioned at our last meeting, we've really gone on a hiring spree. We've been able to fill a lot of vacant positions, and our team is close to complete. So that was kind of a feather in our cap that I was able to share about Minnesota. Another conversation that was kind of started was PFAS contamination. That's another issue that's showing up in a lot of states. There's some research going into it. I'm expecting Minnesota will be asked to take part in that as well. I'm guessing through the legislative session, we're going to hear more about that and some questions about how and what we're doing to evaluate that. One interesting case that came up out of the Nassau meeting was actually Indiana. They had a carcass that was condemned at FSIS because of PFAS contamination. So they were tracing it back, and it ended up being contamination from paper processing byproducts that had been sprayed on the field years previously. But just the idea that it stuck around that long and showed up in the meat, that's not what was condemned, but they tested for a lot of things. So it was a real eyebrow raiser because the farmer didn't realize the pasture that his cattle were on was contaminated, or to that extent, and why just that cow and not others. So anyway, it's a conversation that's rising to the top for state animal health officials and departments of agriculture.
I'm gonna have to say, I don't know what PFAS is.
I knew someone was going to ask. I'm going to ask Lucy if you remember what that stands.
I think it's perfluoro. It's a shortened term for chemical name, perfluorochlorable. PFAS, sometimes phonic acid, PFOS.
Thank you, Dr. Molgaard. So
just Google it. I didn't know that, but I've been hearing a lot about it in the news.
We actually originally kind of talked about this with some of our foaming depopulation. There's PFAS in fire, or there used to be PFAS in firefighting foam. So that was a concern. Are we contaminating with that? We don't use that type of foam anymore, but I think that was back in 2015. That was kind of a question that was on people's minds. So it's a nationwide discussion at any rate. USAHA. I kind of wanted to explain how vast that is. So there are multiple committees for USAHA, and we've got species-oriented committees. So there's the Cattle and Bison Committee, the Equine Committee, Farm Cervidae Committee, Poultry and Avian Committee, Sheep, Goats, and Camelids Committee, Swine Committee, and Wildlife Committee. And then we have subject-oriented committees. So there's the Animal Emergency Management Committee, Animal Welfare Committee, Biologics and Biotechnology Committee, Foreign and Emergent Disease Committee, Global Animal Health and Trade Committee, Parasitic and Vector-Borne Disease Committee, One Health Committee. And then we have more committees where it's actually combined with AAVLD and USAHA. So Animal Health Surveillance and Information Systems, Aquaculture, Diagnostic Laboratories, Veterinary Workforce Development, Food and Feed Safety, and then NUL Committee. So I'm bringing that up just so you recognize how extensive this meeting is and how important it is to be able to be a part of that meeting, and also how it's impossible to be in all of the meetings. So that's why having such a large group from Minnesota was valuable. So people could kind of divide and conquer and be at the meetings that pertain to their areas of expertise and bring that back to Minnesota. It was, and I'll let those of you that participated, Veronica, you're right across from me, so I keep looking at you, but senior vets that participated, the feedback I got was it was a very good meeting. As compared to other years, it was jam-packed and there was something for everyone, and that's not always been the case. So I think collectively, even other states were reporting that this was an excellent meeting. So well worth our time. So what happens at these meetings? What are all these committees about? Resolutions. So the whole point of this committee is to bring resolutions to the USDA. Now I'm staring at Stephan, like, she's the gatekeeper, but it's to bring ideas, concerns, resolutions to the USDA to kind of elevate to either make it a policy, make it a regulation, or kind of initiate some more discussion about some things going on. 36 resolutions were approved in this meeting, and I think there were more like 40 some that were proposed, and of those 36 were voted to move forward. Just some general themes or theories or things that were part of these resolutions. Foot and mouth disease diagnostics really was a major component. I think 4 resolutions specifically related to foot and mouth disease. African swine fever was another one, specifically identifying how indemnity works for African swine fever outbreaks. Depopulation guidance, restocking. I think we have this sense that it's going to be a lot like HPAI, but we don't know because we haven't been through it. So the resolutions were kind of to drive that point forward, or to get some more guidance from USDA how we can better prepare for an African swine fever incursion. A couple other meetings that I was in, but the equine committee talked about microchipping as a form of permanent identification in horses, as well as international movement requirements. Horses are kind of an odd creature just in general when we talk about animal health, but it's difficult because it's one of the critters that we don't have a great official identification for. It's drawings, it's a brown horse. You know, sometimes it's hard to distinguish one bay horse from another bay horse. So we don't have ear tag requirements, that sort of thing. So the idea of microchipping was proposed. We do this in a lot of show industries. Certainly racehorses are all microchipped these days, previously tattooed and now microchipped. So I'm not sure how much footing this discussion will get, but it was proposed to kind of bring it to some of the breed registries and suggest this is a good direction to go. Another group of resolutions had to do with increasing funding around rabies research and mitigation. So just to give you an idea of what we do at these meetings. So it's a lot of collaborating, it's a lot of commiserating, but getting to know our colleagues in other states, doing a lot of networking, but then bringing these resolutions to try to make a change for all of our state associations to make our animal health programs that much stronger. Any questions about USAHA?
Yeah, African swine flu, that's still in the Caribbean. Okay.
It is, yeah. The more recent cases actually have been in Sweden.
Okay.
So, which is concerning because they're trusted trade partners, and even though it's, you know, proximity wise, it's not close. Considering our relationship with Sweden, it's close.
Okay. So yeah, it's not been close to us.
The Caribbean is the closest.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's we talked about this before. It's a bit of a political conundrum because it's the countries themselves aren't politically stable, so it makes it hard for the government to attack this disease and control it. The U.S. has done a lot to support that, mostly through diagnostics and laboratory support. There has been some teams that have been sent there to also discuss biosecurity and cleaning and disinfecting and how do we depopulate effectively and so we have an influence, but it's a difficult influence just because of the political climate. Okay.
Brian, you have about 2 minutes.
Oh, for crying out loud. I didn't think I was going to talk there. Actually, that was my biggest topic. I also talked about this NBAF tour I went on the week after the USHA meeting. So National Bio and Agro Defense Facility, this is the replacement for Plum Island. It's the NBSL facility that will take over eventually. It's not there yet. The claim to fame is this is a biosafety level 4 research laboratory. And what that means is they can do research on diseases that are communicable between animals and people. So currently, if we get a zoonotic disease of concern that we need to research or we need to evaluate, it gets sent overseas. We don't have a facility to deal with that now. So that is the that is the basis for even Plum Island is only at a level 3. So this brings our biosecurity to an elevated level. So this is a picture of the facility, and it's they don't let you take pictures, so I had to pull this one off the internet because everything is, security. The other interesting thing about this, so it's in Manhattan, Kansas, middle of the tornado belt, and the question came up: what were you thinking? Why would you plant this right where tornadoes seem to come through every other week in the middle of the summer? So this facility has been built to withstand an F5 tornado sitting on top of the roof for 5 minutes. So they based it on actually nuclear explosions and be resistant to that. So there's areas, they also try to focus on getting more light. So Plum Island is basically a recycled ship. Everything is down in the basement and there aren't a lot of windows or light. This facility has a lot of windows and a lot of light, but to be able to withstand those kinds of environmental conditions, the windows are, multiple layers thick. So I think 6 feet was one of the main windows. We had our biannual cooperative training middle of November. So this is where the USDA and Board of Animal Health get together and regroup, kind of talk about the things that are of collective interest to us, how we work together in the field, as well as some of our programs. So just some highlights. We talked about just reviews, updates to the programs that the board hosts that the USDA helps us with. High path frequently asked questions. We had the DNR show up for a discussion panel on how the transfer of horned white-tailed deer is going and just answering questions on where regulations start and stop. Regulation terminology, Dr. Wheeler gave a discussion about what's the difference between a policy and a rule and a statute. We had University of Minnesota Extension give a talk about biosecurity and how that applies to multiple animal species. And then we had a speaker talk about conflict communication and customer service. It was pretty entertaining. I shouldn't say entertaining. It was captivating. So how long you talk for? How long? 2 hours?
Yeah, it was about 2 hours.
And I don't know about the rest of you, but my attention span usually doesn't last that long. And this was a great presentation. We were very, very captivated. So, and it was valuable. Feral swine and mink report. I put this goofy hairless guinea pig on there because it makes about as much sense as lumping feral swine and mink together. So this is just a reminder, we're part of a group discussion with the DNR, Board of Animal Health, Department of Agriculture, USDA Wildlife Services, as well as Department of Health. So all of the agencies that might be involved in these two situations. Feral swine is a big concern. Who's in charge of what? How do we respond to those reports? The legislature asked us to develop kind of a protocol or an explanation on how this is dealt with and then report it in February during the legislative session. The DNR was charged with taking the lead on that. So we've had 3 meetings and 1 open forum discussion where the public was allowed to voice their concerns or their questions. Mink farming was thrown on there just because it doesn't have a place right now. No one really is overseeing that to any extent. There are only 6 in the state. So I think the only reason it came to light is during the COVID pandemic, we found out mink can succumb to COVID. So that's why Department of Health got pulled into the discussion as well. So during our open forum meeting, I would say 99.9% of the questions were about mink farms and nothing about, I think maybe 1 or 2 questions about feral swine. So there is another open forum public session that will be planned, 1 more meeting collectively with the agencies, and then the report will be compiled and prepared for the legislature in February. Oh, I just wanted to take an opportunity to welcome Dr. Maynard on board. Dr. Bartsch and I had an opportunity to visit with her last Friday and get to know her, and it's amazing how connected you are already to the board and our constituents. So we're very excited to have you aboard. And then this is just kind of spoiler alert. These are the things that are on our plate, but we have people that are going to be discussing these. So legislative updates, obviously the high path response is somewhat all encompassing right now. And then the farmed white-tailed deer and cervic programs, those are demanding a lot of our attention as well. But I will leave that to our other experts, and I'm sorry for going over, Aaron.
It's okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hayes. I do have just one thing. You said we are close to our staffing goal. What else, who else or what else are we trying to?
So we're still working on our attorney, our general counsel position, and then I believe we have an OASI. So that's an office administrative specialist position for cattle program. Is that correct, Eric?
That's pretty good.
For now, yeah. So that brings us up to basically full staffing. It doesn't completely solve all of our issues with staffing as we get through. And I think Michelle maybe is going to talk a little bit about this, but and actually the high path discussion will touch on this a bit. It's a staff sucking operation to have these emergency responses. It requires us to jump into that response, and then things get left on the back burner. So if we continue down this road, if we're going to continue having high path and the high path response, we've got to come up with a different way to deal with it, and likely it requires more staffing. And we've been talking as far as a legislative ask. There's an opportunity for requesting some supplemental budget this year. So that's one of the talking points that Michelle and I have discussed. How can we leverage unfortunate situations like the high path response to be more prepared to deal with those kinds of responses? High path, African swine fever, foot and mouth disease. I think Dr. Thompson mentioned this back early in 22. We are on the cusp of having 2 foreign animal diseases to deal with, and it's scary to think of. So our crew's doing a great job dealing with high path, but it would be a daunting task to take on another disease.
Thank you. We move to legislative update with Michelle.
Thanks. Yeah, so I don't have a ton to share. As you've heard me say before, the session will start on February 12th, so the first day of the 2024. It starts and a little quick update on there's a bunch of different recesses this year. There's just one big one, but the Easter recess starts on March 27th at 5 p.m. To resume on April 2nd at noon. The Eid recess starts on April 9th at 5 p.m. Resumes at noon on April 11th. The Passover recess starts, is between April 22nd and 23rd, and will resume at noon on April 24th. So which is more kind of days, which maybe doesn't matter as much to you all, but I'm like, yes, I have time off. Can maybe just get a breather in there. So just those to note. This year is a policy year, so we're focusing more primarily on policy, but you probably heard the supplemental budget. They're actually making an announcement today. The November forecast is looking like about a $2.4 billion budget, which will be available for supplemental. This is up $880 million from the end of season estimate. So they do the November forecast now, and then they'll do the February forecast before section. So we'll give another update, but it's looking like it'll be a little bit more from that too. So as we recall last session, the budget was about 17 billion. So we're down to 2 billion. So it's a lot less money to be spread about, but we're looking at if we need to look at more high path funds or more emergency measure funds for the department or for the board of animal health. The department does have funding that they can share with the board as well. The board carries $200,000 each year. Sorry, I forget, for their emergency funds as well. So they do have some, but that is something we're looking at because if we need money, it's a good time to ask for it before we need it. Because we can also do more of the preparation and not respond. It's better to prepared and ready to go than having to go a session and try to push something through, which we've done. We've got the money we needed at the previous session, but it's easier just to have that kind of squared away sooner. And then we're working on some legislative asks as well. That process is still working through the governor's office, so none of that is public yet, but that'll be coming out later here. So budget requests and also policy that'll be later.
Thank you. Any questions, anybody? Okay, well, we'll keep moving on, and now we're just a little bit ahead of schedule. USDA update. Stephan. With Dr. Stephan.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna pass it around. I didn't expect. Such a great public servant.
I didn't want to hit Shauna.
Yep, okay, perfect, thank you, thank you. Gosh, I'm not used to sitting down in this meeting. Can I, okay. So first I want to thank the board for having me. I feel like I may say this every now and then, but I do not take it for granted that you all have me on the agenda providing USDA updates. And so I appreciate being here. I also want to say thank you to Dr. Hoefs. He's been great to partner with. He did pay me to say that, but hopefully he'll Venmo me the money after. These are some of the items I want to go over. It's a really quick update. I am very interested in maybe talking with the board, talking with Erica to find out what are some things you may want to know more about. Sometimes I'm like, what would interest the board? What do they want to hear about? So these are some of the things that I thought might interest you. So with new board members, I thought it might be worth a review of USDA and APHIS and who we are. So when I say, sometimes I tell people I meet, I work for USDA, right? And when I say that, it's actually not saying very much because USDA we have 8 mission areas, 29 agencies, 100,000 employees. It doesn't really get you in the ballpark of what I do on a day-to-day, what we do. So when you drill down to mission areas, our mission area in APHIS is marketing and regulatory programs. That's our mission area. And the way I look at that is the work we do every day makes it so that our producers are able to market their animal products around the world. And that's why one year, one of our secretaries of agriculture said, do right and feed the world. That what we're doing in USDA feeds the world. But I took that even more personally because I know what the board does, what we do to meet that mission. And so marketing is really at the heart of what we're doing. And then you have Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service. That's our agency. So out of the 29 agencies, Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service is one of them. And so then, and I apologize, it's a little small.
If you hold down the middle button.
The middle button.
I know, right?
Okay, so all right, that's the outside
Like the computer.
So if you then go to APHIS, these are our program areas. And so veterinary services is not an agency. It's actually a program area. And it's one of 6. And I think maybe they're all listed there. I think it may be, it may be 7 now, but regardless. So when you hear about wildlife services or plant protection quarantine, veterinary services, we're all programs under the APHIS administrator. It doesn't change what we do, right? It's just semantics, but that's usually why we're saying APHIS, veterinary services, all those great things.
Point at the computer. It pointed at the computer if you want to change it.
Oh, yeah. And then I wanted to talk about veterinary services. And so veterinary services, we have 4 units. So we have our chief veterinary officer at the top, our veterinary deputy administrator. And then we have diagnostics and biologics. That's where our labs live, one of which Dr. Hayes was talking about. Strategy and policy, it's just what it says. That's where our strategy. So when we talk about target numbers or new programs or program areas, that's the unit where that's coming from. So usually if we're, talking, if I say national staff, I'm talking about strategy and policy, especially with high path. A lot of times we come up against a question and we're like, we don't really know where we should go on this. Let's ask national staff. That's who we're referring to. And then my team and I live in field operations, boots on the ground. Primarily, well, I shouldn't say primarily, but I'm biased, but you have the districts with the field folks, but we also have ports under field operations. You have our veterinary export trade services. Think animals going to different countries. They do that work. And then you have our resources people services group that's doing our support staff. So I say all that to orient us then to the APHIS impact report. And it's where I started, actually. I wanted to share the impact report with you, but I thought it might be useful to talk a little bit about USDA and what we do. And so this impact report is from 2022, and I have a copy for you that I'll give to the board members to peruse, before bed or something if you're having trouble. I should say that. It's a really great report. It really is. But I pulled out 4 items that I felt you could see my team and what we do in that. But it's also kind of shadow work that we do because we work so closely with the board that that work that we're doing. But I was talking to Dr. Wheeler the other day, and she acknowledged, well, she knows because you guys stole her from me, but she knows the other work that we're doing kind of on the side. And so, for instance, nationwide, we've trained and we support 71,000 USDA accredited veterinarians. And so, and in Minnesota, we're doing that work. We're making sure that veterinarians are accredited and they're trained. Another one is approving 2,663 facilities to export U.S. animal products. It goes back again to that marketability. And so we have veterinarians who are, we have about 50, 60 facilities in Minnesota that the veterinarians are doing inspections for. And then that translates to about 100, we call them product packages. And so one facility might be shipping to multiple countries, and each country has its own set of, requirements. And so we're contributing to that. Our ASF and CSF testing, we're doing that in state, of course, both the board and the USDA, veterinary services. And then our foreign animal disease investigation nationwide, we've done over 3,500 of those in 2022. And then also 1.8 million tests through the NPIP program. So once again, I found it fascinating. And I always like to present things where we see ourselves, because it's so easy to get lost in the work that you do that connects to the bigger picture. Next up, I wanted to talk about Defend the Flock a little bit. So we have such great tools in state through extension, but we also have access to other resources our poultry producers do through related to biosecurity. And it's through our Defend the Flock program. I brought some calendars with, which is again where it started. I was like, I have these calendars. If people want to give them out for outreach, we can do that. But the bigger program that those calendars come through is the Defend the Flock. And I actually, I hadn't dug into the resources as much until last night, really. And it's social media items. Everything is translated in multiple languages. It really is a good, it's a good spot for resources. So I thought that was good. So let me know if you're online and you want calendars, like I've been meaning to contact Ashley Coles, let me know and we'll get you some sent, or if you want to grab some extras. And then last but not least, hiring update. We are not as, when I heard that, I'm glad the board is hiring, because on the USDA side, it's very bleak outlook. And so we have a ready response for veterinarian that was supposed to start in December, and now that's pushed back to March. She lives in Australia and is just having trouble visas and other things. And so we're trying to balance, right, where she's top notch. I actually almost told the board about her to see if you'd be in, because she, with the ready response for, they deploy so much. I'm not sure how long she'll stay with us once we get her. Because it's like you're deployed for 3 weeks, you're home for a week, and then you can be deployed for another 3 weeks. So it's not a position that I see people staying in long term. And so it's that balance between, I don't want to lose her. I want to be, flexible for what's going on and trying to move to another country. But March is when we can hire again for veterinarians. And so we're doing that. That's the next Ready Response Corps announcement. And so we can go up until March, and if she's not able to move, then we can try to hire that position again. And then we're short 3 positions in our South team on the USDA side. And there's just no, the forecasts for getting those positions filled are very bleak, unfortunately. I'm just not sure, but I'm always providing the justification, and we'll always try to make sure that we prioritize. And I've had Dr. Hayes support in trying to get USDA to provide more funding. So as you all know too, we're still on a continuing resolution. And so for now, we're operating at level 2023 funding levels. But there's a possibility for even a 5% or more cut to our budget. And so it doesn't, yeah, sorry. I should have started with that. I feel like that just like taint the energy. That's it though. That's the thing. Any question, or I shouldn't say that. Sorry, that's not for me to call.
Yes, thank you very much, Stephan. And are there any questions for Stephan? And we do appreciate what you do at the USDA. I am an accredited veterinarian. I can't speak for the other 2 veterinarians, but yeah, okay. Anyway, but that accreditation, whether it's level 1 or level 2, is so important to keeping the animals in this country safe. Thank you.
Schaefbauer, just curious, being relatively new to the board, what your geographic scope of your role is as you refer to the USDA and the problematic areas that you have to oversee?
Yeah, so I cover Minnesota.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, when you were talking about that person who like is on for 3 weeks and then home for a week, and that, is that just in Minnesota or is that in the northern area?
Yeah, so recently we, for USDA, we made positions for, I think it was 10 Ready Response Corps veterinarians across the country. Our district, District 2, which is a 10-state district, we were supposed to receive, I think, 7 of those 10, if I'm not mistaken. And then 1 was allocated for Minnesota. We're in the process now. We have 3 positions open for that. And we're trying to get another one. So we were allowed to be one of the locations for some of the other positions in the district. And so it's new, but not new, because we had the, I can't remember, the Veterinary Response Corps at one time way long ago, but we didn't hire those people. They volunteered and kind of came on staff for a short period of time. And so now these Ready Response Corps vets are full-time employees. And so when they're not deployed, they actually are allowed to do other programmatic work. And so that's why I was so excited to have her on board, because if we're not having high path cases, then we can fold her into our regular program work. And maybe we'll get a second one. part of that is just the hiring woes that, you know, that I've certainly had. Yeah. Just getting veterinarians interested because of the salary that is not quite as competitive.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Still ahead of schedule. Minnesota Department of Health, Joni, Dr. Joni Scheftel.
Thanks for having me. And Stephan's right about that. This doesn't happen in every state, and we're really grateful to be invited. Yes, please. For any of you who are distressed about winter coming, think about, that's my house from the backfields last winter. I'm going to focus on partnerships again. I know some of you have seen some of these slides. And this is Stacy Holzbauer, my deputy state public health veterinarian's area. So I apologize, but I might have a couple different bits to say. Backyard poultry are growing. They're a huge deal. And we get calls all the time at the health department about, you know, people who want to use public health against somebody. And we always have to say, you know, let's bring it back to earth here. Like, we're really actually all about backyard poultry, but you have to say that there are two risks associated with backyard poultry. One is salmonella and the other is campylobacter. And they're both enteric infections that cause fever and diarrhea. And in the case of salmonella, that can be very serious in very young children, or others can become a blood infection, and campylobacter is less dire, but it's not fun either. But again, these are risks that are only risks for the people who have contact with those birds. They're not a risk to the neighborhood or the person's neighbors or anybody else. So this is not a reason not to have backyard poultry in your communities. It's just a reminder that the people who do have contact with backyard poultry or own them should know about some of these risks. And then as the popularity of backyard poultry goes up, so do the number of cases. And these are human cases in the US. This is why public health is so concerned. So this slide's all about Minnesota. So 53% of cases are female. Almost 20% of cases are children. 27% of people end up in the hospital because salmonella is the main bug, and that's the most serious. And then 84% of Minnesotans who come down basically salmonella from backyard poultry live in rural communities, not the suburban backyard poultry situations you think of, because backyard poultry is so popular among people who have the land to put them on. 64% of people just bought those baby chicks that year who got sick. And 82% of people bought them at the feed store or other poultry distributors that are regulated by the Board of Animal Health. And we see our big month in May with sick people in Minnesota. So, just jump in if I say something wrong, Shauna. You're supposed to have a dealer permit if you sell these baby chicks. And if you have a permit and a license, that means that you source your birds from NPIP hatcheries. You keep records. You get inspected by the Board of Animal Health inspectors every year. And you basically follow the rules. And I did go with one of the Board of Animal Health inspectors maybe 10 years ago. And one thing that I noticed was, first of all, the really great job that this person did. And then also that the idea, the salmonella thing isn't widely understood. Like the board does dispense the, or distribute the flyers that talk about the risk. But one of the distributors said, yeah, I made sure that all, this is a small town, we know everybody. I make sure that anyone who has grandkids gets one. But actually, everyone's susceptible to salmonella. How do we even know that people who have backyard poultry get sick? The people who get sick with salmonella have backyard poultry. Well, everybody in Minnesota who comes down with salmonella is interviewed by one of our grad students, and their team is called Team Diarrhea. And one of the questions is, have you had contact with any kind of animal? It gets honed down to poultry, and then they get our a specialized little bit of interview that's on poultry. And they also get information, and their salmonella isolates go to our laboratory where they're sequenced. So we can connect them up with other sick people or with the national poultry outbreaks. And this is really Stacy and Shauna's project. And so I want to do it justice, but it is the most fantastic partnership. And all the other states are jealous of us. It's a partnership between the Department of Health, our public health laboratory, the Board of Animal Health, and salmonella researchers at the University of Minnesota, Tim Johnson. And the board enrolled 6 retail feed stores. The district vets and the other inspectors who do the feed store inspections or distributor. They got 6 people to sign up. It's anonymous. So the sick people that are associated with chicks that they might sell out of their store are not going to know anything about the store they came from. And all of our birds in Minnesota are sourced from out of state hatcheries because we don't have any backyard poultry type hatcheries within our state. If we did, life would be so much easier, right? Because Shauna and her team could work with them to improve things. But we have to deal with what we've got, which is birds coming in from out of state that we don't have a lot of control over. So anyway, what the board did was distribute these kits to the stores. They would take chick papers or the bedding that the chicks come on in their boxes, collect them, and then they came to the university. And you can't probably see any of this, but our state is the only one that had any success because Dr. Johnson developed a technique that really works that they're in the process of validating. And so overall, 82% of the chick 51 samples were positive for salmonella. So this is a lot of salmonella. And one of the best stories I know to get across how contaminated these chicks are that come into our state is that we had an outbreak years and years and years ago, but Salmonella montevideo. And I was calling people and asking them about their exposures because they were matched to other people in that outbreak. And one woman accepted a ride home from someone at work who stopped at the post office, ran in, got their chicks, put them on the back seat next to this woman. She put her hand on the box for, part of the trip, but not very long at all. That was enough for her to get salmonella from the chicks. She didn't even touch a chick. She touched the outside of the box just during a ride home. So this stuff is contaminated. And what I'm trying to say is the health department is not crazy. This is a risk. So of those isolates that were sequenced from the chicks that the Board of Animal Health helped collect, there were 3 confirmed serotypes from the national outbreak. And the isolates, there were many, many different positive isolates, also were exact whole genome sequence link to 50 Minnesotans who had bought chicks. And you know that not everyone who gets diarrhea goes to the doctor. Not all the doctors get you a stool culture. There's all kinds of places where we don't find out about every case. And so the estimate is that for every case that comes to our attention, there's 30 more out there who never did. So we're talking quite a few sick people. Okay, any question about chicks in backyard poultry? And again, we're not against backyard poultry. We're all about them. We're just for people understanding, that you have to wash your hands. You should have separate booths. Like if you have a 3-year-old collecting eggs, which if I had a 3-year-old, they would be collecting eggs, but they should be wearing little bootsies that they only wear out there and things like that. And then you have monitored hand washing. So it's not that people shouldn't have these darling, those little hens that run around the yard. It's just that you gotta know what the risks are. So
I think around Easter time that's often when people get chicks, or we did when I was a kid, but we need a campaign that says, don't kiss the chick.
Seriously. And actually, when Dan was at the Department of Health, he did a tremendous little flyer that said something about these fuzzy little chicks are really.
It's just how cute are baby chicks, and that there's salmonella lurking under the fluff, and.
It got rejected, but it was. It was really. I was on it. That was some of your best work. Well, did I answer your question? I've already forgotten what it was.
No, I just want to know if we can do a campaign on don't kiss.
Oh, yeah. A lot of it is from people having them in the house and doing things they shouldn't do. But again, there's so much salmonella involved that a lot of it is from normal activities and not people who just kiss their chicks and stuff. You don't have to kiss a chick to get salmonella. Okay, so we're having a normal year for human. These are years on the bottom in case you can't see. And this is 2022. We're having a normal year for human cases of tularemia, which is the organism that you get from, I think I have it. Yes. Tularemia is a febrile disease that you get from either getting a tick bite or butchering a wild rabbit, or getting scratched by your cat that ate a rabbit. There's so many different ways to get it. We had one case that was fishing and got a fish stuck in her thumb because the organism could be found in water. So, I mean, there's a million different ways to get tularemia, but what we're most interested in our unit are how you get it from animals. And we've got a lot of cats and one dog. This is 2023. And we actually have more than 20 this year, so it's gonna be up like here. And it's a big year for tularemia in animals. Part of the reason I think is that the board has sent out vet alerts to our practicing veterinarians. And the College of Vet Med is catching it in the teaching hospitals. So people are learning about it who are going to be out there in practice. And so I think the surveillance and the reporting is way up because veterinarians now are really familiar with the idea that cats that come in with 105 temps and oral ulcers sometimes and big lymph nodes who are indoor-outdoor cats might have tularemia. But 2 of these cats in 2023 never went outside but ate a mouse in their house a few days earlier. And interestingly, everyone used to think of tularemia as being the disease of out in the country for people who hunt rabbits, which, does anyone hunt rabbits anymore? Yes, okay. But the tularemia cases we're seeing most of them are in the Twin City metro suburbs. So Minneapolis is right here. And this, there are hot spots. There's one in Uptown right now. Any questions about tularemia? We'll move on. Okay, and that again is a partnership with the board. When a cat gets tularemia, it's reported to the board, and the board works on the animal side. We work on the human side. We're also looking at all the exposures. Another partnership disease is blastomycosis, which we work with a board all the time. And we talked a really lot about. I was getting my disease confused. I was also decanus. But we're talking about blastomycosis here. And blastomycosis is a fungal disease. It's found in the soil, and it's not zoonotic. It's not spread from animals to people, but both animals and people get it from the environment. So sometimes animals can be sentinels for human disease. And so we have an outbreak going on right now in Rush City. That right now made it sound kind of too urgent. It's like been over the last year. There have been 3 people and 3 dogs in Rush City that have come down with blastomycosis. It's much more treatable than it used to be because the big reason being that itraconazole, the antifungal drug that you use to treat it, is much cheaper than it used to be. And so fewer dogs are euthanized for coming down with it. And all these cases are in a 1-mile section of Rush Creek in Chisago County. And in there was a flood, there was flooding followed by drought. And does that sound a lot like anthrax? There are a lot of diseases that come to the surface when there's flooding followed by drought. And so this is a little bit more than usual because normally we have like 1 case a year in humans in all of Chisago County and 1 to 3 cases in animals. So, but this one is a historical map because we have seen problems in Chisago County before. And the last time was in 2005 on a different creek that goes into the St. Croix. That's about a mile north of where we're seeing them now. And I thought this was so cute because this was a map that was sent to me back in 2005 by a veterinarian in practice in Pine City, Dr. Laura Assen. And she made out a map and she showed where her clients' dogs had come down with blasto. And it was, so we sent out an alert to health providers at medical clinics in the area saying, look, local veterinarians have noticed an increase in blastomycosis in dogs. Be on the lookout for the disease in humans because it can be very hard to diagnose. It looks like regular pneumonia, but you don't get better after your antibiotics. And sometimes it can be fatal. There's about a 10% case fatality rate in humans, mainly because it's not recognized. So when veterinarians recognize it in dogs, that helps us alert healthcare providers to be aware of it in people. Questions about blastomycosis? Am I going too long?
About 2 minutes.
Okay. Tomorrow is our annual Emerging Issues Gathering, which is our annual thing where now we have 37 different organizations and entities come and they have 3 minutes for their spokesman to talk about their challenges in the past year and what the plans are for the future. And also we have some breakout groups after lunch. We serve a nice hot meal. Carrie Klum, who's our organizer for this in my group, is big on feeding people well. That's one of the reasons our meetings are well attended, I think. We're having cassettes, pasta, and stuff tomorrow. And, this is talking about partnerships. This is a really important partnership for building thing for us. And I think the reason it's so well attended, because now we have like 80 people coming tomorrow from 37 different organizations, is that everyone gets like a snapshot of what's going on in our state at the interface of human health and animal health. And it's private. The leaders from these various entities come and they're very forthright. So it's not all about my organization, all the wonderful things, you know, our mission and so forth. It's more about what are the real issues we face this year and what are our problems and how can we all work together? What are collaborations that might help us? And during the pandemic, of course, we couldn't meet. And so when we were just so busy with human people with COVID that we never really had time to plan, but we thought, okay, let's just have a happy hour on Zoom where people can just chat, you know, because these are people that get together once a year and really like to see each other. And everyone insisted on having their 3 minutes. So at the right on the fly, we had to get more organized than we had planned to. But people in other states, they asked, what could we do to develop a One Health sort of framework like you have in Minnesota where animal side people and human side people actually work together so well. And first thing I say is, do you know who your state vet is? Because that's where it all starts. You have to have a relationship with your state vet, and then you go out from there. And if you don't have that relationship with your Board of Animal Health and your state vet, you might as well forget it. if you're in human health. And then, start to get the other organizations together. So, thank you. Oh, this is my last meeting. I'm retiring January 9th.
Yeah.
And no.
Well, that's a happy note because retirement is a wonderful thing.
I'm happy and my team is so good and Stacey Holtzbauer is so good that, there's gonna be no issues for any of you in this room going forward because I'm gone. It won't matter.
Well, thank you for your service and everything you've been doing.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
And now I'd like to introduce a classmate of mine, Dr. Laura Molgaard, who's going to talk about the University Diagnostic Lab and College of Veterinary Medicine.
Yes, we go way back. We shared a cat. Yep. I had adopted a kitten that did not get along with my cat, so thank you for taking Scooter. So I will echo what Dr. Schaefbauer and Dr. Scheftel said. It's a real pleasure to be able to give an update, and this is a beautiful place to meet. So thank you for hosting us. So I'm gonna share an update from the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab and then from the college. So Dr. Rivera could not be here today. He's the interim director of the Minnesota Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. He's visiting Christensen Farms today, so I'm filling in for him, sharing a few of his slides. So first, I'm excited to announce that Dr. Hemant Nakari will be joining the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab as our new director in February. He comes to us from Georgia, from the Tifton Veterinary Diagnostic and Investigational Laboratory, and before that, he was at Texas A&M. So he has a lot of really solid experience, and I'm really excited to be welcoming him and to introduce him to you probably at the April meeting, because he starts just a few days after the date that we selected a little bit ago. He has, like I said, just fantastic experience, strong track record of developing and introducing new diagnostic tests, and led or collaborated on really extensive research since 2020. Recruiting has been a challenge for all of us at the University of Minnesota College of Veterinary Medicine, including the Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory. And these are some photos from some job fairs that we've held, both in St. Paul and in Wilmer. And we have named new managers at the histo section and a new coordinator at the quality control lab. And we are still in the search for SOD's replacement at the Minnesota Poultry Testing Laboratory, SOD being our poultry diagnostician at MPTL, who left us not too long ago. But recruiting takes up a lot of our time and searches, but the veterinary workforce is challenging for many of us. Budget-wise, the VDL is in the black as we near the end of 2023, which is great news. Our testing volume overall is down, but our expenses are down as well. This testing volume is down in large part due to a key out-of-state swine client choosing to go elsewhere. And also because some of our swine clients are decreasing their volume of testing overall due to economic conditions. But that said, we have seen some increased testing volumes in our lab for udder health, and certainly increased testing volumes due to Avian influenza. This fall's resurgence of testing for HPAI so far produced 70 cases, 55 at MPTL and 15 in St. Paul. And of these, 33 were presumptive positives, with 3 backyard flocks and 30 commercial flocks affected. And then in new grant funding at VDL, we received $2 million in the American Rescue Plan funding. I'll be sharing a little bit more on that in a bit, and we are participating in 2 small projects funded by the Minnesota Department of Health around pathogen genomics. And we have a small project to improve next-gen sequencing with funding from the FDA's Veterinary Laboratory Investigation and Response Network. On the horizon, as we look further ahead, we have plans to install a new digester. So this is our alkaline digester that is used for disposal of biohazardous waste, potentially biohazardous waste, and including carcasses from the necropsy floor. And this will hopefully be installed next winter, 24-25. And this is an estimated $7 million project that is being funded by the university and is much, much needed. So I'm very thrilled that we are making progress there. We have allocated some equipment funding we received from previous years from the state legislature to purchase a new generator for the MPTL, Minnesota Poultry Testing Laboratory in Wilmer. And we are using some of the American Rescue Plan funding to upgrade our IT infrastructure, thus improving quality assurance and customer service, increasing automation to deliver faster turnaround when key testing. We've submitted our annual assessment document to the NALM, the National Animal Health Laboratory Network, and we're confident for a positive outcome on that. But we'll hear more in a few months. Further ahead is our 5-year audit by the American Association of Veterinary Laboratory Diagnosticians, AAVLD, and the audit team is currently scheduled to arrive in September. Dr. Nakari will be heading up that project. He just went through the accreditation or audit in Georgia, so he'll have good muscle memory for that. Any questions on VDL before I move on to CVM, the larger umbrella? Okay. More accreditation news. We are celebrating that we did receive full accreditation from the AVMA COE for our 2+2 program with SDSU in Brookings. That visit was in April, but the letter came this fall. That's after their fall meeting of the council. So that's great news. And the first class of those students joined us, transferred to St. Paul in September. And I'm just sharing a few kind of demographic information about how the new mix of students is working out here. And this shows a few of the changes. You can see that the addition of the male students, or I'm sorry, the SDSU students does change our gender balance a little bit because they have a slightly different ratio of male to female students. And then as we move into their focus areas, you can see a little bit more of a pronounced difference. We already very intentionally focused on recruitment of food and mixed track students at Minnesota. I would say much more so than most veterinary schools in the country before the addition of the 2+2. But with the addition of the 2+2 program, focusing on rural and mixed, we are now seeing an expansion of that food and mixed practice. So that's working, I guess, is the punchline. That was our intention and it's working. So we can see an expansion beyond our typical Minnesota alone food and mixed track students to, or you can see the shrinking of the small animal is the easier way to look at that pie chart, which is dramatically different than, especially the new veterinary schools that are coming online tend to be very much predominantly small animal, which is needed. There's a dramatic workforce shortage across all species, but Minnesota is very intentionally choosing to emphasize that mixed portfolio between small animal, mixed animal, food animal, et cetera. Also with rural and urban, these pie charts are a little bit confusing because they have so much detail, but The government, the Office of Management and Budget defines, rural as anything less than a population of 50,000. That's just the way the OMB defines rural. And, so on the left, you can see, who applies and who is admitted. And basically, the punchline is that 51% of our applicants are rural. 63% of our admitted students for a regular class in St. Paul are rural, using OMB definition, and 75% of SDSU students who are admitted are rural. So again, I would argue, are doing a lot to attempt to address the rural veterinary workforce shortage. Moving on to our food animal education and clinical strategy. So I've recently heard some questions from alumni about this, and that's why I've included this slide today. There is absolutely a clinical faculty workforce shortage nationally, and it has doubled over the last 10 years. Well, it's worse in some specialties than others, but overall, there's a clinical faculty workforce shortage. And for example, we lost a food animal surgeon to private practice a number of months ago. And that has led us to change our strategy for seeing individual animal cases. So for example, this 4-H calf. But that does not in any way change our emphasis on food animal, production animal education. And in fact, I would say we have a real strength in food and production animal education, as you could see by the previous slides with who we're recruiting and admitting and how we're emphasizing that. We've been really lucky to recruit and retain really top talent in food animal and production animal education. And although we are not seeing an individual 4-H calf for surgery, we instead are using public-private partnerships to bring students to those animals and emphasizing in recognition of the fact that production animal agriculture has changed a lot over the decades, and bringing those students to those animals in the populations that they are raised in. And that really provides our students with the state-of-the-art training that prepares them for employment. So I'm bringing that message to groups like you today and trying to get that word out, because I think when people are thinking that those are related, they are not. The fact that that individual animal is not, first of all, I don't know that anybody's going to eat that calf. So is that really a food animal or is that a pet? It might be a companion animal. And these production animals that the students are going to are giving them the education that they need. Also about rural practice, rural loan repayment is a really important strategy for getting and retaining graduates in rural practice. So I see my slide here. I want to stay out of the way so you can see this, Joni. The Minnesota Rural Loan Forgiveness Program is open until January 8th. And anything you can do to help get out the word to eligible students. This offers $75,000 a year for 5 years to qualified graduates. And those are people who've been out in practice and practice 50% or greater food animal, who are within 3 years of graduation or 4th year students. We have so far helped 30 students, and the majority of those are staying in food animal practice. And rural areas in Minnesota are defined as everything, well, underserved areas are defined as anything other than the 7-county metro by the state. In the future, it's possible that I will be coming to you asking for advocacy support for expanding that definition or expanding funding. But for now, we're really just trying to get the word out. Now, if we're talking about federal loan repayment, there is legislation that's been introduced both in the House and the Senate to make the payments provided by the USDA's veterinary loan repayment program, non-taxable. Other loan repayment programs for health professionals and other professionals are not taxable. I don't know why ours is, but it is. And really what it does is it just limits the number of graduates who are eligible. So, about only 2/3 of that funding becomes available because the rest is held back for taxes. So there's broad support for this bill. It just doesn't ever move. So I hope this is the year. I was talking to some folks at SDSU and their legislative affairs who were excited about helping us advocate for this. And we'll see. Other things on our legislative affairs agenda are we try to make progress towards our bill creating a separate license for veterinarians, an institutional license for veterinarians who are employed as faculty. Most states have this, and we need this because it allows us to hire highly qualified veterinary faculty who are trained internationally, as well as those who have gone to AVMA accredited schools. And the limitation of not being able to do that, especially with this critical faculty workforce shortage, is just really, really limiting our ability to hire people. In November, I talked to Representative Tina Liebling, who chairs the Minnesota House Committee, that our request must pass through, and I'm fairly confident that it might receive a hearing this year. It didn't last year. That committee just didn't hear any licensure bills. They chose to not hear any licensure bills, so stay tuned. And then I think this is my final slide that you may have heard about the Governor's Task Force on Academic Health, chaired by Jan Malcolm. And we had a chance, the health sciences deans, to meet with that task force also right before Thanksgiving to talk a little bit about the challenges and opportunities that the health sciences schools at the University of Minnesota face and how we can work together to improve health in the state of Minnesota, including workforce challenges and including rural workforce challenges. So a lot of this is my opportunity to educate the task force members and others about the role that veterinary medicine plays in health, the health of Minnesotans, and the role of and the intersection of animal health, human health, and the environment we share. So, questions?
I guess I'd just like to offer it, and it kind of goes back to your comment on the 4-H calf.
Yeah.
As we did strive to not cloud the distinction between food animals and companion animals, that in that moment in time, that calf is probably a companion to the individual you see in the photo. But it's pretty much a predetermined likelihood that that animal will indeed enter the food chain at some point.
Sure.
And to not create that public disparity in what do we consider to be food animals, what do we consider to be companion animals.
Sure.
We don't want to enter that into the areas of politics that we
Sure.
get into the arm wrestling matches to who and how do we manage the health of that individual animal.
Oh, that's a helpful distinction, and I need to be careful with my messaging. What my point is that the students can learn about that animal, about the diseases and the diagnosis and the treatment of that animal in this setting or that setting.
Correct.
And they don't need to learn about that, how to treat that animal by that animal being trailered into the Twin Cities, which might be radically inconvenient for that animal's owner.
Yep.
Yeah, but thank you.
Standpoint of
Yes. Yeah,
distinction and
the political distinction is not where we're trying to go.
word choice there can be.
Yeah, words matter. Thank you. Thank you for that comment. I appreciate it.
Well taken, and thank you for that. I was thinking too, I remember in veterinary college, kind of felt, especially the equine medicine, the school had everything possible needed for anything that was wrong with that animal. But in practice, that's never got. And I do think in the food animal side, the fact that swine veterinarians have to go to the swine. Teaching it that way is, I think, the best practice that you can do.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And, you know, in companion animal practice, small animal practice, the modern term for that is spectrum of care, learning about how to treat animals across that spectrum of care. And so getting students out into the communities and into the settings where animals will, where animal owners live and work and will expect to need that care is going to be really helpful to those students to learn about providing that care as opposed to just learning about things in an academic setting. Yeah.
Erica just have her hand up.
Oh, online.
Yep.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is Erica. I am glad that Brandon brought up that comment. That's why I raised my hand also. I was just going to just make a comment that we do have to be careful with comments like that because, you know, even though that calf may not be raised, I mean, it may be raised a little differently, but in the end, that animal still serves a purpose. So Brandon did a really nice job of clarifying that, and Dr. Molgaard, thank you for your response. The other thing, I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Molgaard. The last meeting I had asked, you know, a question of what's kind of the percentages of the students that are entering in, and you included that this time. So I just wanted to thank you for that follow-up. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for that. And if there are other details, demographic or other that are helpful for the board that I haven't included, just let me know. But I really do appreciate that feedback on those messaging. That's the first time I've used this slide. And so I really do, it is helpful for me to fine tune those messages so that I get it right.
One other question. Just as you look at those demographic statistics and those that are expressing an interest to enter into the kind of the rural animal care world, is there anything either from us at the board, as directors, or as industry is concerned that maybe those elements are falling short to accomplish your mission in recruitment? What might that be?
That's a great question. I would say that our challenges are much less about recruitment and retention in school and much more about when I talk to community leaders who are saying we are having trouble recruiting a veterinarian or retaining a veterinarian in our community. I would say that those challenges are often less about veterinary medicine and more about rural economic development. And as a dean of a college of veterinary medicine, I'm not an expert on rural economic development. And so I really do think it is going to involve partnerships to have those hard conversations about, and I had a conversation, by the way, with a colleague at the College of Pharmacy who's having those same kind of conversations. They understand, the College of Pharmacy, and she in particular, understand that communities need a pharmacist. That community, in order to thrive, needs to have pharmacists. And they're going to lose vibrancy if they can't have pharmacists or OBGYNs or whatever the healthcare professional is. And so how are we as a state or other states, going to wrestle with that challenge of once we lose the dentist and the pharmacist and the veterinarian and the fill in the blank, then how is that rural community going to continue to thrive? And so how do we all work together? Because it doesn't really make sense to worry about it or to try to solve it in silos. It's not a veterinary specific challenge. It's a community putting our heads together. And what I've wondered about is, how do we look at communities that are succeeding? What is the veterinary practice model that is successful in that rural community? And what are the other factors around that are helping them succeed? It's got to be about not just that veterinary practice model, which is, again, I think essential, but not just that. Can they find daycare? Can they find a dentist? Is, you know, is there spousal employment, all of those other things. And those are not my ideas. Those are the ideas I've heard from those community leaders when I've talked to them. And so they're really challenging kind of wicked problems that are really multifaceted. And what I've been, what I found the most helpful is to help those community leaders hear all the things that we're doing at the University of Minnesota College of Veterinary Medicine, from pipeline development, recruitment, admissions, curriculum, mentoring, scholarships, loan forgiveness. Those are the things that are kind of within our control. And then after they're out there, we don't have much influence over it, because that's just not our mission. And so then it does require partnerships. But we'd love to be a part of that partnership. Thank you. All right, I've taken a lot of time. Thank you all.
All right. Magic one. We're a minute over. Shauna Voss, Dr. Voss is our next speaker, and she'll be talking about the HPAI. I don't think Erica will mind if I spill the beans, but our own president of the board has experienced the outbreaks of for turkeys. So our hearts go out to her for that, but you're going to say, you're going to let us know how things are going.
Yeah. I am going to talk about HPAI, but I also want to take this opportunity to make sure that we forget about the now lesser known low path avian influenza, just so we understand the difference between those and how we respond to that. And then I'm also going to talk about how we detect and report and kind of start the process going of when we have these detections. And then I'll end by just giving us kind of that current overview of what's happening in our state. And at the last board meeting, I was so proud to tell you that the outbreak was over. That's my slide from the last meeting, and about a week later, I had our first case. It was bound to happen. We kind of knew it was coming, but so just to make sure that we understand when we talk about HPAI, and that's where all of our attention is right now, and it has been for the last almost 2 years. We can't forget that there's also something called low pathogenic avian influenza, which is the virus that are normally carried within our wild waterfowl and our migratory shorebirds and things like that that come through. And historically, that has really had significant impacts and infections in our Minnesota poultry populations. And it's something that unfortunately we're well familiar with how to respond. And one of the challenges with low path is that in wild waterfowl, it doesn't tend to cause a lot of disease, so you don't know that the birds are sick. And in domestic poultry, it doesn't also tend to cause a lot of disease. It certainly can. You might see respiratory signs in our production birds. We might see a drop in egg production, but a lot of times we just pick it up because we do surveillance testing for it, and so we know there's been an exposure to that virus. As far as the National Poultry Improvement Plan and USDA responses, that only applies to H5s and H7 low pathogenic avian influenzas, but there's lots of other different strains out there. H1s, the swine influenzas even spill over into our poultry population sometimes. And we handle those responses differently. And so that's in comparison to our high path avian influenza that we've now had since the start of 2022. That is still considered a foreign animal disease, even though I think we're probably in this for the long run. It's probably not leaving our shores anytime in the near future. And that is a very clinical systemic infection in those birds. So it impacts that bird from head to toe, and oftentimes, and this continues, the first thing that we see is that phone call to say my birds are dying, right? So you don't see kind of the sick birds leading up to that death. Sudden death is the first thing that we see, but it is extremely infectious within the flock. So a little bit of virus gets in and it can blow through a barn very quickly, which is why we see those high mortality numbers. And it can be pretty infectious between flocks too, which is why we take the quick action that we do. And when we talk about NPIP, the National Poultry Improvement Plan, that is only dealing with low path. It has nothing to do with high path. So just kind of keep that in mind when we talk about the response. Influenza in poultry is a reportable disease in Minnesota. So it's both in our Minnesota statutes as well as our Minnesota rules that say if anybody suspects that, or reasonably suspects that, an animal might be infected with this contagious disease, they're required to report to the board. And so the notification for influenza generally happens via either reporting clinical signs. So, I get a phone call that says something's going on, or because the lab detects something through some sort of surveillance, whether it's diagnostic testing or just a routine monitoring testing that we do through the NPIP. And then the laboratory reports to us as well. So just a quick overview of the NPIP program, testing and routine surveillance that we're doing for influenza. These are a list of all of the different programs within the NPIP. And so our breeder flocks in Minnesota, all of our breeder flocks are participating in either an avian influenza clean program or an H5H7 specific avian influenza clean program. And you can kind of see who's participating in what. The turkeys and the backyard flocks participate in the H5H7 because they like to pick up swine influenza and things like that. So it kind of helps that. And those are generally tested monthly, with the exception of our backyard flocks, and upland game bird flocks are tested every quarter. So they're submitting samples just routinely into the lab for testing. And then we have an H5H7 avian influenza monitor program, and that is geared towards our commercial flocks. So our meat type birds going to slaughter, they are required to test within 21 days of slaughter so that that slaughter plant can maintain that AI monitored status. And then our table leg layers, so our big commercial table leg operations, they test at least yearly, and then within 21 days of move. So if they're moving from the pullet house to the lay flock, they get a test done. So yes, sometimes we do actually pick it up just because we do a test and we find that there's been exposure. This testing is, again, geared towards low pathogenic avian influenza. And so we focus, at least in Minnesota, a lot of our testing based on serology, which looks for antibodies. So it doesn't necessarily say the birds are infected today, but it says at some point, in the past they were infected. So this surveillance testing that we do for low path is not effective for high path because they die before they develop antibodies. So just so you know what high path avian influenza looks like, these are pictures that a company veterinarian took in our 2015 event. And this flock they knew was infected. And so they were going out to do the depopulation. And they went into the barn that wasn't showing clinical signs and took a picture at 11 o'clock. The turkeys are up. They're relatively bright. I suspect it was quiet in there. And then 2 hours later, you can see the birds are down and they're dying. So this is just how it demonstrates how quickly it can blow through a flock. And so those producers that walk in the barn in the morning and it's quiet, and they have a lot of dead. This is why. So the response between those two types of influenzas are different. For low pathogenic avian influenza, as required by NPIP and the Code of Federal Regulation, states are required to have an initial state response and containment plan. And so that's a plan that's developed, for us by the board, with input from our company veterinarians, with input from our emergency disease management committee, and then is approved at the USDA level for those actions. And so when we pull that plan out is when we have an H5 or an H7 low path, that plan lays out that requirements. If we have a low path that's say an H4 or an H6, we're not required to use that plan, and then we'll kind of take it on a case-by-case basis on how we manage those. High path, again, is considered a foreign animal disease, so USDA is involved from the get-go on that, and it's a combined federal and state response. And that requires immediate response, depopulation, quarantining, disposal. We'll cover just a little bit here. So right now, how we're finding out about these cases of high path, there's basically 3 different ways that information can get to us. We do have a hotline that's established, and that number is there, and that's been going since the start of pretty early spring 2022. Right now, all of those calls are coming to the Minnesota Poultry Testing Laboratory to answer. We do have an online sick bird reporting form, so people can fill out information about what's happening with their flock that gets emailed, and that's monitored 7 days a week. And then for our commercial flocks, the most likely report comes via me through a text or a phone call. And so once we get that information, we then have to make a determination does this seem likely that it's high path, or is it something that we need to investigate further? And we help to coordinate that testing between what's happening in the field for sample collection, and then coordinate with the laboratory to make sure that they're ready and available 7 days a week to do that testing. And then once we have all of that information, I initiate something called an initial contact protocol, where all of those key members within our emergency response team are on this email. And thank you, Stephan, for setting that email up for us. It's great. So that everyone's kind of has a heads up on what's coming and when there's testing happening. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here unless you guys have questions, but this is a really nice USDA graphic that explains the response process for when we have an infection, and all of the different steps from, detecting and quarantining, getting an appraisal, so knowing how many birds are on site and the value of those birds, to depopulation. Our goal is still to depopulate those flocks within 24 hours when at all possible. So far, we've been hitting that mark, at least with the infected barn, pretty close to that. Disposal of those birds, going through the whole virus elimination, so making sure that we're reducing and eliminating that virus on the farm. And then environmental testing, so every farm gets tested, the barns inside of the barns get tested to make sure there's no active virus still remaining in those barns, and proceeding again with restock. So which brings us to our fall event here, where we're currently sitting in Minnesota. So right now we've got 32 cases confirmed at NBSL with high path, and that again started with our first presumptive positive on October 8th. We've got 20 commercial turkey farms, 8 turkey breeder farms, 3 backyard poultry operations, and then 1 commercial table egg layer. And this is an ongoing event, so even though we were finished in Minnesota, we weren't finished across the country. And so that clock has continued. We're up to 144 cases since the start of our outbreak, which was March 25th, I want to say, of 2022. 6.1 million birds have been depopulated because of this across 43 counties. This map right here is a map that is on our Board of Animal Health website. So you can kind of track what's happening. This is, I don't have the full thing in here, but there's a little spot where you can type an address in, and it will let you know if you're in one of these zones and the next actions to take. So it kind of makes the public feel like they understand what's happening a little bit more and how close these are to them. And then kind of gives them something to do. People want something to do, and to understand, oh, I'm really close to one of these farms. I maybe need to buckle down on my biosecurity. So a couple other slides. I was asked recently about, how long are we keeping these infected farms quarantined from the time we detect it until the time that quarantine release? What is that time frame, and is that a good measurement of success? And so I had some data pulled to kind of look at this. And so we haven't released any quarantines yet, I don't think, from this fall. Is that correct? So this is just start of the outbreak through spring of 2023. The number of infected cases are the bars here, and I always look back at April and think, how do you do that? We had 60 cases in 1 month. And then this line right here is the days to quarantine, and that corresponds to the number over on that right-hand side there. This, I think, when I saw this, I was like, oh, that's really interesting. And I said, that's deceptive. And the reason being is when you have a backyard flock, they don't go through necessarily the same virus elimination activities to get that quarantine release. They sit fallow. So they started out with a 150-day fallow period where they had to sit quarantined, and that eventually dropped to 120 days. But that's why, like, these 2 little cases right here are sitting up at 120 days quarantine. So then I pulled the backyard flocks out, and we looked at the data there. And I was really impressed by this graph. And I think it's a testament to how well our team has worked together to make sure. So quarantines here at the start of the outbreak, we were still up at 120 days. And once we got going and we're working together, we got that number down to 60 to 70 days, which I think is an impressive story. And again, it's been mentioned a couple times already, the Board of Animal Health cannot do this alone. We do not have the people and resources to do this. And so this is a big shout out and thank you to USDA and Department of Ag, Lucy back there and all of her team. They're contributing just as much personnel resources to this event. So these are the numbers of people enrolled right now this week on the event, and that's the percentage of the whole. And that's what I had for my.
Thank you, Shauna. Has anybody got questions? So how are you and your staff doing, keeping up with all of this and?
Krista and I are here. It's tough. We're really good at it. We've got a really great team. The poultry side of things, there's 3 of us, right? So it's myself and our 3 staff. We rely so heavily on all of the other units within the board. And I worry about, and Brian mentioned this too, what our long-term sustainability of that is. How long can I steal Veronica to do permitting when she's got her own companion animal programs to work on it? And it's across the board. We're all in this together. And I don't think this is going away. So it's one thing to jump in and do this for a month or 2, but to know that it's probably coming again in the spring or again in the fall, right? That's a change in mindset that I think we need to be looking at. So how to make it sustainable.
I am going to ask this question. It was probably more for Dr. Hayes. We're doing this to control a horrible disease in birds. They are going to die anyway. France has taken the step. I think France took the step to go vaccine, which means they have to eat their own birds, and their industry is going to shrink because they won't have an export market. Do you see anything like that trying to?
I think that's a national conversation that's happening. I actually took advantage of, when I was at USHA, I pulled Dr. Sipper aside and asked kind of those questions. What are we going to do differently? It just feels like, here we go again. And we can't sustain this. One thing I will say is Minnesota gets a lot of accolades for how we respond to high path. And kudos to Shauna and her team because they run a tight ship. But to Shauna's point, the ship can't continue at this pace. It's daunting. So, and this conversation about vaccination keeps coming up. And I think we're getting closer to having to determine how that's going to play into it. Is this a foreign animal disease anymore? It's not. We know it overwintered here. We know it stays here. So I keep gesturing to Stephan because we've chatted about this too. And it's kind of when you pull the trigger on that and what's a way to ease into it? How does this affect our international trade? It's the big question. We don't want to detrimentally affect the industry, but the industry can't continue like this either. So we've got to come up with a different approach. And I really think vaccination has to be part of it. Strategic vaccination, maybe. I think there's opportunities for some pilots on how to do that. I know our colleagues to the west, Dr. Thompson's been an advocate for trying to pilot a vaccine protocol. And we'll tell. I think there's actually a meeting tomorrow that some of this is going to come up with USDA national staff.
Yeah, and I'll say I'd be happy to present to the board about, the stance so far, because it is multi, there's a lot of factors to it. And one that I found striking is, yes, we're obviously working hard and 6.8 million birds impacted in Minnesota alone is a huge number. But when you put that side by side with the percent of our industry, it's a small percent. And when you then place that, and I don't have the numbers in front of me or in my head, which is why I would want to present it to you officially. But if you look at our export market, we don't have the ability to eat our birds. We have to export. And so, you know, are we willing to cut off our export markets because there's not good, that's what I'm looking for. Our trading partners have not decided how they would treat us. And then the question is, are we going to accept birds and products from a country that vaccinates it's all those things. And so, when I've heard, you know, Dr. Fidelis Hegney speak on vaccination, it seems like we're not there yet. It's a very convincing picture of why that won't be a strategy. And there's multiple ways to look at it. So, and not only that, I mean, it's so many things. I mean, the reinfection rates and indemnity, you know, will indemnity be, you know, connected to those things? It's so many questions.
You've already brought a perspective that I hadn't thought of, and that is, if it is such a small part of the industry that's actually becomes affected, it's hard to, you know, the cost then to vaccinate every bird just in case. I mean, that has got to be, industries have to look at what that costs.
And as far as I know too, there's not a way to tell a vaccinated bird versus an unvaccinated bird. And so there's that issue as well. And then how do you get out of a vaccination campaign? What does that look like?
And vaccination, from what I understand, doesn't cause like a sterilizing immunity. So they can still get infected. They can still transmit the virus, you know, hopefully at a lower rate. You know, but then we're living with the virus as well, right? So do we live with the virus or do we die with the virus? And right now we're dying with the virus, and trying to control it in another way. At USAHA, there was a lot of industry push to USDA to keep this conversation going. I think they're open to that, right? That conversation needs to keep happening, and we need to think about ways that could potentially use this or incorporate it as a tool instead of just saying, no, we're not gonna do it. And so I think it's a stay tuned as we have those conversations.
Good. I also don't know, vaccination has had to explain to a lot of people I know, vaccination does not prevent infection. It helps you live through it. But also, I mean, what does it do to the production of birds if they're damaged? You know, enough that they then don't thrive, but they survive. It's a big question out there.
Do you happen to know what the number of birds that have been depopulated in Iowa? And the only reason I ask is this kind of goes into that conversation too. We're talking about number of birds. You know, there's different value associated with chickens versus turkeys, but when we're talking about vaccination, it's, you know, one shot per bird kind of situation. But our totals are at
6.1.
6.1 million.
Almost 1 million of those was from our commercial table egg layer.
And so
to Brian's point, right, when you have multiple table egg layers that are impacted in the millions.
Right, so Iowa has a lot of
numbers go up.
table egg facilities that have been affected. So, the numbers, it sounds horrible, but that's 3 barns, 3 sites, I should say.
So Iowa has had 18.8 million birds affected. So they're number one in birds affected. We're number one in premises.
Yeah.
That's not a value.
No.
I'm not gonna get anybody famous to say we're number one.
No.
It's number 1 in repeats. Dr. Thompson had not yet shared that, but we were on a meeting and they were listing that, you know, Minnesota had the most sites, Iowa had the most birds, but then South Dakota had the most repeat effect.
Erica had a question. She has her hand raised.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
So I just was gonna offer 2 comments. I think I'm gonna turn my camera off because it's slowing my connection down. But you know, as we talk about vaccination, in our turkeys, I think that it's important to remember, so a farm like mine, I raise light hens. So I get my poults when they're a day old, and then they go to market when they're 12 to 13 weeks old. So their lifespan is not very long. It probably is not effective and worth the investment to vaccinate farms like myself. But when you look at our breeder flocks, those farms, I mean, the lifespan of those hens are about a year and a half. And they're producing all of the eggs, all of the poults, right, that are supposed to repopulate our farms. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up because that hasn't really been talked about here today. But I think that there's value in understanding that in our breeder hens, they're the ones that are going to repopulate the farms like mine that have been affected. And when we look at our current situation right now, we've had a number of farms this fall that have been affected, but also breeder farms. And so when all of these farms this fall start repopulating and getting back into production, a lot of those are going to fall within the same timeline. And so for myself being a grower, I have this fear that we're going to have a shortage of poults. And so while it may affect a small number overall, down to the local level, it affects farms like mine that we may not be able to repopulate to our full capacity because there may be a shortage on poults. So I just thought that I would offer that comment because you can look at it nationally, but there are local growers like myself that are impacted by this.
There's other impacts that I think Krista will talk about when she gives her overview of the control areas, right? Even the farms that are never infected are impacted just from a proximity standpoint of being close to those farms. And those have, long-term impacts as well as the potential of not being able to get birds, which that was a big problem in 2015. Those farms had sat empty for a lot longer than they needed to and wanted to because there was no birds to replace.
Any more questions for Shauna or Dr. Voss?
What was our numbers from this year to last year? Is it more this year than last year at this time or?
Just looking at our fall.
Yeah, just in the fall.
So last year, we had 30 cases and that started like August 25th. So at the end of August through like mid-December was when we had our last fall case.
Okay.
So we're already exceeded that. And it's been a 2-month period of time instead of a 4-month period of time. So it's been more intense and I think it's a factor of our warm fall that we've had. I've never been super anxious about cold weather, but I hope it freezes really hard really soon and we get some snow to get everything kind of pushed down.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Voss. And now, Dr. Krista Lautenschlager.
All right, so I'm Krista Lautenschlager. So to kind of just give a background, I work under Dr. Voss in the Board of Animal Health. So I work in our poultry program. So I am working with the high path surveillance group, which is kind of a great fit for me because they're my producers, right? But they're producers that I work with year round. And so this is, I'm able to talk to a lot of these guys and it's kind of been a super great fit. So to jump right into this, today I'm going to be talking about control areas. In a control area is set up around an infected premise. And so we're going to talk, I should say it as a response zone because the response zone kind of encompasses that control area and the surveillance. So after an infected premises is identified with high path the response zone data is collected using maps. And so these maps actually come from two different places. We have our data in the EMRS database. This is our national database. And this is the official database that we use for HPAI. And then we also use our state Core 1 database to also collect that data. And so together, the surveillance team is gathering this information, and we start to notify prem owners in the control area in the surveillance zone, which I will explain shortly. And then just a quick, if there's any overlapping response zones, because sadly we have quite a few of these, sites are notified if their premises is moved into an infected zone or into a buffer zone. So I don't typically notify them if they're in another surveillance zone, because again, we do have our public map that they're able to go view this on. And so I do try and notify them if they're moving in closer, just so that they have a heads up that they're unfortunately closer. And then on here is just a quick, this is our HPAI control area surveillance and movement restrictions document. So when I send out a quarantine, this is a document that goes along with that, that kind of explains, I'm in this HPAI circle, now what? So it kind of just walks them through everything when I talk to the producers themselves. To explain the response zone. So I'm going to mention control area a lot because that's what my brain is doing right now. So control area actually encompasses two different zones. So it's the infected zone, which is that 0 to 3K zone, and then the buffer zone, which is the 3 to 10K zone. So altogether, this is 6.2 miles from that infected premise. So when they draw this zone, it's going to be a circle drawn around. And just this is the zone, and I'll explain this in a little bit, but we're going to talk about the infected zone on my next slide, because that does have a little bit of additional stuff. And then the surveillance zone, which is actually considered a free area or free zone, is that 10 to 20. I do notify people that they're in this zone because, again, they're still free to move birds around and poultry products around. But again, I want them to know that there's something in their area. So going through a control area. Again, that control area includes both the infected and buffer zone. All of the commercial flocks are placed under quarantine. So what I typically do is when we get those maps together and I get a list, I'm calling these producers. And so I'm saying you are now in a control area. Your site is going to be under quarantine. What that means is they cannot move poultry or poultry products on or off their premises without a permit. And then additional permitted testing. And so that goes to our permitting group, which is where Dr. Bartsch comes into play. But as far as for surveillance, what I'm asking them to do is the first 48 hours, they have to get it tested. So anybody that has poultry that are over 4 weeks of age, if they're under 4 weeks of age, they do not test those birds. And if they have, or if the barn is empty, we still quarantine that site, but we obviously won't have testing out there. So we do ask that they get that testing in within 48 hours. And then we are asking these guys to sample and submit every 5 to 7 days. So I always call them and I say, pick a day, and that's going to be your day that you sample and submit to the lab. And they are super great about this. Sadly, they all know it well. And then as far as the collection procedures, we're always asking them to collect from 11 different birds. They're going to be doing OP samples into one BHI tube. And then they're going to be collecting on each barn. So it's going to be 1 tube per barn. They're collecting up to 11 birds. And we always encourage them to test the dead first, and then any cold birds, and then moving around to like sick or healthy birds. To just kind of go into that infected zone. So the infected zone is that 0 to 3. This is a permanent movement, but some of what Dr. Voss had mentioned is if people move, correct me if I'm wrong, if people move birds in, so any sort of birds, any age, into that area while they are under quarantine, at that moment, they do not have, they will not get indemnity on those birds if those birds break. It is 2 weeks after that control area or their quarantine lifts that indemnity would come into play. So when Dr. Voss mentioned that you know, this affects a lot of industry because Sometimes we don't have anybody in that infected zone, but sometimes we have a lot of people in that infected zone. So that means that even if they have birds and they get them out, that's great. I appreciate that. They unfortunately can't move birds in without taking that risk of not getting indemnity if that bird goes positive. So surveillance zone, again, this is considered a free zone. So we are notifying them. Again, it's a phone call. And what I'm telling them is, you're in a surveillance zone. I don't need you to do anything right now, but I'm going to be giving you a call here in the next week or two, and I'm going to be asking you to test. So again, because I work at the lab, this is where when I'm making these phone calls, I can talk about samples. Do you have enough sample supplies? Can I get this stuff sent out to you? I'm also sending them a specific HPAI submission form that they're going to use for this event. And so again, once we notify them that first time, we're not having them act immediately, but it gives them a heads up that they're in that 10 to 20K zone. And what I tell them is, when I notify you, that's when I need you to test. But again, it's also that if you're moving birds into a zone, just an FYI, you're going to have permanent movement, right? Because a lot of these guys have barns that are close together, but one might be in a different zone. So that sample, they must sample and submit after this. And I think I have a slide that's next here that's going to explain it. After the IVE dates. So I talk IVE dates all the time. It's all Krista wants to know about. But it opens a 14-day window that I need everybody in that control area to test in. And so this is when I have that surveillance zone test. And again, that collection procedure is the same. So they're going to be collecting the 11 OP samples from each barn. So we're going to continue this cycle. This cycle continues. They test every 5 to 7 days if they're in the control area. And then thankfully, we are going to get to the IVE date. So it's the initial virus elimination activities. So things to close a control area. The infected site, it has to be depopped, and the mortality piles must be capped. And again, this is working under our case manager who's doing this with them. And then they must have the initial virus elimination activities on the infected premises. And it has to be completed and confirmed. So it actually can be done by our company vets. But then our case managers are the ones that are confirming, yes, it was done, and they're giving us that IVE date. So this picture here is actually just that checklist form of what they're looking at. So they're looking at many different things on that site, making sure the outside's clean, everything's moved in correctly. If you have questions on that, you ask case manager supervisor. And so once that IVE date is there, the day after opens our 14-day window that I talked about. So again, this is when I need all of our control area and surveillance zone to test in that time. And so this is when I'm starting to notify that surveillance zone group and say, I need you to test at your barns. Please tell me if they're empty. Please tell me if they're under 4 weeks of age. And then we also have a backyard surveillance component to this. And again, all of that backyard surveillance needs to be completed in that 14-day window. So going back to our commercial surveillance. So again, in our 14-day window, this is the day after that inspection has been, that IV inspection has been completed. We have to have everybody in that control area, so that infected and buffer zone has to test twice. And that test has to be 5 to 7 days apart, which this sounds really easy. I want you to know this sounds super easy, but we're working with many premises, right? Many different people. So I truly appreciate the industry because they do an amazing job for us and we just appreciate them. And then the surveillance zone testing, they have to test just once. But again, it has to be within that 14-day window. And then anybody who, again, is under 4 weeks of age or doesn't have birds, they need to notify us to say, we're not going to be testing. Here's the reason why. And then we give that information to our EPIs who do the control area close. Talking a little bit about backyard surveillance. And so, again, the list that we get for these come out of that EMRS database and then our Core 1 database. And just because our Core 1 state database is our everyday database, so we have a lot more contacts. And so these sites are actually called. We used to go, I think in the very beginning of spring 2022, they had people driving from site to site, doing the surveillance. And thankfully, now we have moved to, we're giving you a call. So if we have somebody in our database that has had poultry in the past, and we have their phone number, they're gonna be getting a call. And then we complete a short survey with them, which is really asking about their flock health. Do you have birds? Yes. And then they kind of go through a bunch of different questions with those birds about, have they been sick? Have you been sick? Kind of all that information. If we do run into birds that have been sick in a backyard, that is actually going to go to our backyard triage group. And then they'll work through that process of what Dr. Voss had before, where they'll give them a call. We'll talk through how sick these birds have been. So again, this backyard surveillance is done within that 14-day window. So the day after the 14-day window is complete, this is our big day. This is the day the Eppies just love us. So the control areas are reviewed by our epidemiologist. Each premises has to be reviewed, and I actually had Dr. Sandy Larson summarize what she does, and she didn't like me. But each premises is reviewed for the birds, no birds, and then checking all the testing that they've done in that control area. All the backyard surveillance forms have to be entered into EMERS, just because, again, we're seeing who has birds, who doesn't. All testing needs to be verified in the EMRS database. So again, it's not a matter of just being tested. That testing also has to go into that database and be confirmed through our DRO. And then our EPI at the end of the day creates an EPI assessment for the CA release report. And so this is a report that will go to our incident commanders who do the final review of this and then sign off. And then once that control area is released, surveillance will reach out on the non-infected premises in the control area that are located that are not in overlapping control areas. And so that's, again, where we give them a call. And I'm not just doing the ones that were quarantined, I'm also doing the ones that are falling out of that surveillance zone as well, just to kind of give them that, you know, the risk has been not eliminated by any means, but kind of taken away. Okay, and so I just wanted to add really quick. So as Dr. Voss stated, we have 32 confirmed cases. 29 of those are commercial cases and 3 are backyard cases. To date, we have had 15 commercial control areas closed, and we're hoping to get 1 today and 2 tomorrow. So hopefully we'll be up to 18 closed by the end of the week. Do you guys have any other questions?
Are we looking at the line that says lunch?
Yes.
I just have a comment. If that was clear, you're better than me. And that was kind of my point of having Krista give this presentation, because there's a lot of moving parts and there's a lot of deadlines and dates, and Krista is phenomenal at managing this. I know, because I was the one she replaced and I couldn't keep up. The control area releases is crazy how quickly we get those done. And it's because Krista and the crew is able to identify, this is when the tests have to be in to get this control area released. What was the Swanville area? How many sites were you working with up there in spring of 22?
I don't know. There was a lot. Yep.
Well over 100, 130 something kind of sticks in my head. So getting everyone on the same page, testing, getting those results into the lab. Heaven forbid they don't put it on the right form, then tracking down where it went. So there's a lot of moving parts. So the fact that we're getting these control areas released in such a timely fashion is unbelievable. So kudos to Krista and Shauna and the team and the whole IMT to be able to pull all this stuff together. So, but you can also understand that takes Krista away from her regular duties at the board. So that's kind of the struggle that Shauna was getting to, that we've got great people working on this event, but eventually the event uses up our staff for their regular jobs too. So that's the part that we're getting to the tipping point where it's a struggle. We're fortunate to have USDA bail us out. Department of Ag, we're able to call in national support from USDA as well, but some of this stuff can't be done efficiently by national staff. We need our local people to do this. So anyway, kudos.
Thank you. And thank you for those comments, Brian, too, because it's easy for me to sit here and say, oh, you guys do a great job, isn't this nice? But what it really means is those commercials, is that industry that you're dealing with, and we will only maintain a good relationship with them if we stay on top of these things, and they're not waiting to get that release in the mail or faxed in or something, and they think it's been a week, I need to do something, you know. The fact you guys are on top of it, that's really the reason we have the relationship with the industry that we do. And let's keep doing that.
Yes, no doubt. And then like Dr. Hayes stated, you know, I know I had one this fall that was 150 prems in the entire control response zone, I should say. And so it does. It takes a lot of time to get them all notified, but I'm very grateful for our wonderful industry who does a great job of communication. It allows me to communicate with just a handful of people versus, you know, every single producer. But I do appreciate that, you know, that back and forth with industry. They do an amazing job.
I just reiterate what Dr. Hawkins said, is there's not a lot of governmental agencies that can move the speed of business. And that doesn't just stop at the people that are presenting, it's everybody that drops what they're doing to understand there's real people and real businesses that are impacted by this. And you have to stop being a 9 to 5, and it's a passion. And so thank you to you, your team, and the flexibility that you have to employ to understand the workings of the day-to-day operation that happen out on the farm. We don't get to see that every day. Sometimes the experience we have elsewhere are not quite as fruitful. So thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Any other questions? We will be breaking for lunch by my watch. We're 3 minutes ahead of schedule. So we want a 25 minutes lunch plus 3.
Our next speaker is expecting to be at 12:30, so.
Okay, then we have until 12:30. So mingle amongst yourselves and
And lunch is back there, so.
lunch is back there, so.
I'm worried that he has to go. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're gonna get started.
The next presenter is online.
Yeah. So, before we get started with our presenter, I'll introduce them. Alex.
So I forgot to put this in my opening statement. There is a exhibit upstairs and there is a tour if anybody is, wants to do it after this or interested. It is directly after the meeting. So, yeah, so if you guys want to stay around, you're more than welcome to go and go upstairs and do the tour.
That's great. So our presenter is online. And Jason, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, if everybody can hear me.
Yes. So from the USDA High Path Avian Influenza in Wildlife Research, Jason Gilsdorf. Is it Dr. Gilsdorf?
No, ma'am. It's just Jason Gilsdorf.
Sorry. This wondered. Well, the floor is yours, or the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, thank you. My name is Jason Gilsdorf with USDA Wildlife Services. I'm going to share my screen today with you and have a couple slides to go over to give you an update on what we're doing with a high path AI, what we're calling WBA, or a Wildlife Biosecurity Assessment Project. So with that, I'm going to share my screen here. Did that come up for folks? Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, thank you again for allowing me to present today. As I mentioned, I'm going to discuss kind of an update on our Wildlife Biosecurity Assessment Project that we have going on here in the state. So USDA Wildlife Services we are completely a non-regulatory agency, meaning we do not enforce any rules or any laws. We are here to provide technical assistance, or we can provide direct control assistance, which direct control is actually us in the field conducting wildlife management work. Technical assistance would be providing advice and that kind of thing, whether it's a phone call or in written documentation. So the Wildlife Biosecurity Assessment Project, it came about because the USDA had some funding from their contingency program, and it's a pilot project that we put together to look at poultry facilities and see what improvements we can find at the actual facilities to improve biosecurity at those facilities between the poultry, the domestic birds, and wildlife itself. So primarily I'm going to involve chicken and turkey producing facilities. I have some pictures here of mallards, and the reason is as many of you know, HPAI can be carried by some wild species of birds, particular waterfowl, and shorebirds is another group of birds that can carry HPAI. I have a picture here at the bottom right of some domestic geese, and I have that in there to remind myself to say that this initial, this pilot project at this time, we're only looking at commercial facilities. We are not doing anything with backyard flocks or anything like that. So this map is from 21 and 22, 2021, 2022, looking at the distribution of AI that was found. And quite obviously, you can see a cluster there in Minnesota, the Dakotas, and Iowa. And this outbreak is what prompted the USDA to provide some funding for this pilot project. So real quick, I want to kind of explain what a wildlife biosecurity assessment is and how we go about conducting one. So the first thing we do is when we identify a cooperator that we're going to go to one of their farms, the first thing we need to do is we have a work initiation document. It's a 12A, we call it internally. And it's a written document that we sign, and it lines out, identifies who our cooperator is, and it lists the species that we could survey or manage on their property. And it also lists the tools and techniques, the methods that we could use. So Wildlife Services, a representative from Wildlife Services signs this, and also the cooperator signs this. And this is written permission from the cooperator for us, Wildlife Services, to be on their property. Once we have that in hand, then we are allowed to be on that property to conduct the assessment. The assessment is made up of two things. The initial assessment is made up of two things. One is a wildlife point count survey. So given the layout of the farm, the number of barns, and the topography, we identify points on the property that we conduct a wildlife point count from. So depending on the topography and the size, it might take 2 points, it may take 6 or 8 or more, depending on visibility and that kind of thing. We stand at each point for 3 minutes, and we identify any species of wildlife in a 100-yard radius from that point. Then we travel from point to point until we complete all points. We do 3 surveys. We do one in the morning, which is roughly about an hour after sunrise, one midday, 11 to 1 or so, and then one about an hour before sunset, which we're calling our evening survey. So those 3 surveys combined, a morning, midday, and evening survey, is 1 survey day. So it is just a snapshot of the wildlife they're at on that farm at that time. In between the surveys, between the morning and midday and afternoon, then what we do is we walk around the outside of the barns on the site. We do not go inside the barns on the farms. We are only on the outside. And we're looking for any kind of concerns or anything we can identify that would allow direct access for wildlife to get into the barn and potentially interact directly with the poultry inside, or any attractants that we identify on the farm that could attract numbers of wildlife and just increase the abundance or the number of wildlife on the site. We also do some opportunistic wildlife sampling, and this is something I'm going to touch on a little bit more later, but in some cases, we've been doing some additional sampling of wildlife looking for AI in wildlife on the farm. So I'll touch on that here in a little bit. So after that initial site visit, the initial wildlife biosecurity assessment, we put together an initial report, and that report is going to provide recommendations to the cooperator on what they could do to reduce the likelihood of wildlife interacting directly with their poultry, both directly and attractants on site. About a month or 2 months after we provide the initial report to the cooperator, we'll go back to the same site and we can look to see if any of the recommendations were put in place. If we found some holes or anything we recommended that they were repaired, we can address any new things that we identify. And we also do another wildlife point count survey at that site. Then at the end, we initial a final wildlife biosecurity assessment that will include the survey data of the wildlife that we observed during the surveys, and then any other kind of follow-up information from the assessment, any recommendations that we might have. We also may discuss continually monitoring. So every month to 2 months, if they want us to come back to conduct surveys and an assessment of the farm, we can absolutely do that as well. I should mention real quick too, that there's no cost to the cooperator or the farm for this service. This is completely on this USDA contingency funding. So there's no cost to the producer for us to be there and do this. This is a map. I'll say right off the bat here, the colors don't mean anything, so don't get caught up on the colors. We just couldn't figure out how to get the colors off that map. But this is kind of showing an estimate or a number of poultry facilities by county in the state. So you can see some of the higher numbers are in red that we've identified. So this is a pilot project. It's brand new, and we're still in the hiring phase. So we still only have actually 3 people on this project: myself, a biologist, and 1 specialist. As I'm sure you've been hearing numerous, whatever the company or any kind of work it is, it's been really tough for us to find employees as well. So it's been a challenge. We're struggling a little bit with hiring folks, but we would like to hire up to another 6 people to conduct these assessments for us in the field. But with the 3 people that we have so far, and we're up to 3 here just as a matter of about a couple weeks ago, we got our 3rd person here, but we started doing assessments in October. And since October, we have completed 8 of the initial assessments at cooperators, and we're currently writing the initial reports for those. So I mentioned real quick the surveys. This is just a real quick example of the information that we're collecting when we're doing the actual point count survey. So we do have Survey 123, which is a GIS app on our phones that we can collect this information in. We have a form that we fill out online. In the cold, the app runs continuously and it really drains your battery on your phone. So we also, we can bring hard copy documents or field sheets in the field with us. So we have an aerial image of the map with us, and then we have these sheets that we can fill out as well. All the information on this sheet is information that we can put into that app on our phones as well. So that's the point count survey information. This is the assessment side of things. So when we're walking around the outside of the barns, we're collecting information and we're putting it on this particular data sheet. Again, there's another form on that app that we fill out to complete that assessment side of things. And this is the thing that we identify any concerns on the barns themselves that could be a risk to the poultry inside. The reports, the initial one that we're providing the cooperator is going to identify any concerns that we've identified, that we've documented. So it can be, as I mentioned, different accessibility to wildlife, whether it's exclusion that's not working, maybe there's holes in things, hole in the foundation or the walls themselves. Any way wildlife could access directly the barns and get inside, or any attractants that we see too that could indirectly attract wildlife to the site and just increase the number of wildlife on that site. The second report that we provide a couple months after the initial will also include that wildlife survey data information. So it'll have where our point counts were located, actual points, and then the wildlife that we saw, the numbers and species that we saw from those surveys. And we are, because this is a pilot program, we are completely open to any other suggestions. So if anybody at any time has suggestions for us on some additional information that they would like to see, feel free to reach out to us and let us know. I have our contact information at the end of the presentation. So I want to take a few minutes and just kind of go through what we've been identifying as some of the more common issues at the facilities we've been to so far. So compromised exclusion is a category of things that we basically lump these things into different categories. So if we have different kinds of concerns, we have categorized a different concern, and then we can include all of these on the reports. So the picture on the left, you can see has some nice 1-inch square wire mesh across that air intake area underneath the eave. If you look up above the rafter, if my cursor is showing up for you, right where my cursor is, you can see that that gap there where there's no exclusion is a little larger than that 1-inch square. That's large enough to allow English house sparrows or European starlings direct access inside those barns. So this is the kind of thing that we're looking for, is any possibilities of wildlife getting direct access to the poultry. On the picture on the right, that's looking inside one of the ventilation fans that are typically found on a lot of these poultry facilities on the barns. Inside those fans, there's typically a series of louvers like this. Now, in this example here, this fan was not running. Of course, the belt actually isn't on that. And those louvers are just stuck open. They're just kind of stuck in there. But we have noticed at many of the facilities, some of these louvers are missing, or they're broken, or they are just stuck open like this, where wildlife could directly get to the other side. So in a case like this, what we're recommending is that they put some sort of exclusion on the inside of the barn of this. Something like this 1-inch wire mesh would be great to see on the inside. That would not allow wildlife to go through those fans and into the barn. A lot of people say, well, how are wildlife going to get through when there's a fan spinning out there? Well, that is the case. But another thing that's also the case is these fans aren't always on and running. In fact, we've documented, I shouldn't say in Minnesota we haven't, but I've been to farms in other states where we have observed bird nests on motors of these fans, which are on the inside of the fan itself. They're behind the blades. So that tells me that these fans are not always running. Obviously, it was not running enough that a bird was able to build a nest. Whether it was a successful nest or not, we're not sure. I'm not sure. I'd have to talk to that person that was working there if it was successful or not. But these are just examples of where birds could access the barns themselves. Another category that we look at are breaches in the foundation. So sometimes you get holes, whether it's just the wood or whatever the foundation is maybe deteriorating, allowing access, whether it's to birds or even mammals, whether it's mice or in some cases it might be raccoons, skunks, or possums. That's the picture on the left. In the picture in the middle, you can see some damage done to the actual siding there of the foundation, where some metal pulled away. Animals could get access right behind that. And depending on what's on the other side, there's potential for those animals to get right in with the domestic birds. The picture on the right, whether that's some erosion underneath that foundation or whether an animal was burrowing or digging underneath it. These are the kinds of things that we're identifying as breaches in the foundation. Some of the things that we're often seeing are holes in the roof and the walls, or other construction issues that just from whatever, there's potentially allowing wildlife to get inside. So the picture on the left, that roof sheeting has been bent. I couldn't hold anything up to that to give you a size of scale, but I can tell you that was roughly the size of a football. So, I mean, a size that big, a hole that big, something as big as, a pigeon could easily get inside that. The picture on the right, that is near the feed bins where the auger for the feed goes into the barn. And right where it goes through that steel wall, the steel siding there, you can see it's been bent, and that hole's maybe a little bit enlarged. In that case, something as large as a house sparrow or a starling, they could easily get right through that. And that was direct access. You could actually see right inside the barn from that hole. Other examples of some holes underneath the eaves. These are rafters. And you can see on the picture on the left, underneath that rafter, there's a gap there in that valley tin. And with the feces and the marks on that, it was obvious that birds were using that. Whether they had a nest behind that or they're accessing that to get inside the barn, we're not sure. Like I said, we don't go in the barns, but you can see obviously that birds were using that. Similar to the picture on the right, that sheeting, that metal was bent a little bit. You can see the feces there on that. And if you look real close at the bottom part of that hole, that's actually a nest of a bird just on the other side of that. In some cases, we also see actual wild bird nests on the barns themselves. So in these cases, these are both barn swallow nests. But obviously, if there's a wild bird nesting, that bird is right next to the barn. Concern there that if there was a disease present, it could increase any possibility that maybe a disease could get transmitted to the domestic poultry inside. We also find some exposed carcasses, and in these particular pictures, they flat out suggest that wild birds, in both cases, these are both European starlings, they had gained access to inside the barns. So the picture on the left, that starling thought it could get out that screen there, and it ended up dying in there. The picture on the right, in that case, that actually is one of the ventilation fans. And in that particular instance, there was actually 2 carcasses of European starlings inside that. So the starlings had gained access to the barn and they had seen light there. That fan actually was on and they were struck by the blades, of course, when they tried to exit that. So that it just kind of proves that in some cases there are wild birds gaining access to the barns themselves. But those exposed carcasses like that, they can be attractants for other birds, for scavengers and that kind of thing around. They could be attracted to those kind of things that are there. So as I just mentioned, attractants. The next thing we look for when we're conducting the assessment is anything that would attract wildlife to that site. So the number one most strongest attractant for wildlife is food. If there's a source of food, there's likely going to be a species, at least one species of wildlife that are utilizing that. So at these poultry facilities, the feed that the domestic birds are getting often is going to be eaten by wildlife. So the feed bins, we pay particular attention to those to look for spilled grain. The picture on the left is an example of the bin where my cursor is up at the top center. There was actually a hole rusted completely through the bin and the feed was spilling out, providing available food for any wildlife in that area. The picture on the right, at that particular facility, the feed truck was there and had been filling that bin. There was actually some spilled grain on the ground. When we first arrived and we were doing our initial surveys, it was roughly like maybe a 5-gallon bucket or so of feed that had been spilled in a nice pile. While we were doing our surveys, we actually observed starlings and blue jays utilizing that feed. By the time we got back to that site, while we were doing the assessment, the pile had already been cleaned up. So there's one thing I want to mention right off the bat, and I think I mentioned it again later, that it's been really promising to see that at a lot of these facilities, they are very proactive about maintaining cleanliness, and they're very aware of biosecurity issues. So somebody was there, had cleaned up the majority of that spilled grain, but as you can still see, there's some in the grass there that of course would be an attractant to wildlife. The second strongest attractant after food is water for wildlife. So whether it's in the form of drinking water or even water to bathe in. So temporary standing water is something we've been seeing at some of the facilities. In this case, what we would do is we would recommend to improve the grade of that area or improve drainage of it so that those temporary standing water after a rainfall event or snowfall or snow melt event, when that happens, that temporary available water is not there for birds because it can be an attractant. If a bird was there bathing in that or whatever, if it had a disease, there's potential for that disease to be in the environment then. If personnel go through that and get it on their boots or their tires or whatever, there's potential there for a disease to get introduced into areas that we don't want it. So like water, habitat can be an attractant as well. Oftentimes, the farms will plant shrubs or trees nearby, maybe as a windbreak or whatever. Sometimes these things can be attractants for wildlife. They may be used as roosting sites or nesting sites. So it's just an attractant that would increase the abundance or the number of wildlife in that area. In some cases, they're pretty close to the barns. So if we identify something like this as being an attractant, again, all we're doing is we're providing recommendations. We are not telling folks you have to remove this stuff or you have to fix this. We provide recommendations, and then the cooperator gets to decide on what they want to do based on those recommendations. So as I mentioned before, it's been a lot of the facilities, they've been very proactive. So the picture on the left, the bait station, it's probably an industry standard, but we see rodent control at all the facilities that we're at. Some sort of rodent control, likely bait stations and these kind of things. And many of them, we're seeing, some efforts to keep wildlife away. That owl effigy in the picture on the right, we've seen owl effigies placed near the feed bins. So producers know that, spilled grain, that's where the food is. It could be an attractant. They're actually being proactive and they're putting effigies there to an attempt at least to reduce the number of wildlife using that. It's great to see that kind of thing. And it can work. Oftentimes these stationary devices like an effigy, they don't work very long. Animals will habituate to them pretty quickly oftentimes. So changing the type of effigy or changing the location of it can prolong their effectiveness and give a little more protection there. So we provide recommendations like that too. So this is a snip of a report that we put together, that we write. So in the initial report, we'll identify the concerns. So I mentioned those categories. Here's an example of some: compromise, exclusion, foundation breaches, open holes, that kind of thing. What we do is when we discuss that type of a concern in the report, we provide a couple pictures of examples. So those top pictures, you can see these are the fans on the outside of the building. The exclusion or the wire mesh on the outside has been bent out enough, and it allows a gap that wildlife could get in inside that fan there. And then when you look in there, you can see one of the louvers is stuck open inside. So that's an example of where wildlife could get direct access to inside the barn if there wasn't any kind of additional mesh or anything on the inside of the barn behind those louvers. So after we provide examples of what we're talking about in this section, in this recommendation, then we provide a map of the facility. And those red triangles identify the locations that we saw any kind of, in this case, compromise exclusion. So it gives the producers a map of where we've identified these concerns, and they can go directly to the sites to repair anything if they decide to do that. I wanted to touch real quick on some of the other things that we're working through with this project. So biosecurity protocols for our employees themselves. Of course, you know, there's concerns with people coming and going from the farms. So the number one thing I want to point out is we will follow all biosecurity protocols of any facility that we go to. We coordinate the visit with the on-site manager or an on-site supervisor, and we meet them on-site the first day. We ensure that we are following all their biosecurity protocols. We will use their PPE and that kind of thing. And again, we do stress to them that we are only on the outside of the barns. We do not go inside the barns. Our vehicles will stay outside the fence too. So oftentimes we park at a gate. We meet the on-site manager or supervisor at that gate or their PPE shed, and we don our PPE, and then we go to the clean side, and we are on site the whole day, and we're just walking around. We're on foot. So some other things that we do as an agency, as far as what our protocols, the time between clean sites, we have established 3 days or 72 hours. Now, some cooperators have said 78 hours. Okay, perfect. We follow the most strict, the most stringent protocols. So even if we say 72 and the cooperator says 78, we ensure that nobody has been to any other poultry facility or had any handling or dealing with 78 hours. We follow whatever the most stringent protocols are. So time between hot and clean sites. We have 3 people working for us right now. We have one person right now that's been doing the hot sites, the sites that have went hot for HPAI. And we basically keep that one person. She has been doing the hot sites. We have another person doing clean sites. So if hot sites come up and we're going to go to that site, we are there after they are depopped. We don't have to be there immediately. We make sure that we're not on site in the way of the depopulation, or when there's a lot of workers and a lot of things going on, they can be quite hectic. So after everything is, the birds are gone, they've been depopped, things start to quiet down a little bit. That's when we'll show up to the site. So if it were a situation where a person that has been to a hot site, a site that's been positive with HPAI, and then that person was going to do an assessment at a clean site, an agency thing, that a lot of services requirement that we're saying is that person, if they've been to a hot site, they cannot go to a clean site for 10 days. As far as that person going from one hot site to another hot site, that's something that we work with the cooperator themselves, and we follow, again, their protocols. So when this project was initially brought up and we were starting to announce for positions, our plan was to start conducting assessments at farms that were clean. They didn't have HPAI. Well, then, as everyone is aware, the current outbreak has been continuing in this fall. It's been kind of crazy sometimes. So we actually started doing some of our first assessments at positive sites. And we started thinking about it. Initially, even if we were going to go to a clean site, what we were looking to prioritize is where we go first is we thought we would go to those facilities that have been positive for AI in the past year or so. So once they started coming positive, then we've been going to positive sites. But that has been one of our requirements, or one of our things that we're looking for, is we're seeing if we can find a farm that has gone positive in the past or numerous times in the past, maybe we go there first. And are we able to identify any concerns at a facility like that, that maybe would allow more wildlife access to their birds? Is there a potential for that? So that's kind of what our thought was initially. And it still is. We're still, we can put prioritization on those farms that have went positive in the past. or more than once to see if we identify anything that maybe we can help improve or provide recommendations to improve that site. Another thing we're looking at is, as we talk to folks, depending on the locations and where the facilities are and the farms are, some people have flat out said, yeah, we see a lot of wildlife at this particular site, just given by the nearby habitat. So we're also considering, you know, that's a good place to maybe go where there's more abundant wildlife in that area to see if we could identify any concerns. So since it is a new pilot project, we're trying to figure out how to get word out there. You know, it's a new thing. Not many people are aware of the project. Again, like I mentioned before, it is completely free. There's no cost to the cooperators or the farms themselves. So our ideas were to attend industry meetings, agency meetings, and again, because this is new and a new project, we're open to any suggestions anybody could offer on how we could get the word out there that this service is available. And again, we are not regulatory. We are not here to write fines or tell people what they're doing wrong. We are here to provide recommendations to help the facilities and the producers to reduce that interaction with wildlife and their domestic poultry. I mentioned earlier about some sampling of HPAI in wildlife themselves. So we have looked into it. We've done it at one site where we will sample wild animals, whether they're birds or mammals, from the site, and we're looking for HPAI in wildlife at the site. In this case, the site was positive. They depopped the domestic birds, and then we sent a crew in there for about 5 nights, and we were collecting species like English house sparrows. So we had a couple gulls that we were able to sample, possums and that kind of thing. I think we had a couple skunks even. And we're sampling those wildlife looking for HPAI to see if we can find it in the wildlife at the site. One thing we have found is it is a very labor intensive thing. We send multiple people there for a period of several days to make it worth, that we can collect enough samples to make it worth it. And we're new enough in this position and in this project that we're limited by personnel. That has been our main limiting thing. And that if we send people to do this, we're pulling them from another project. And sometimes that's not always a viable option for us. So we've done it at one site. I think we collected about 40 samples from wildlife species at the site. The swabs all came back negative so far. And we are waiting on a couple serum samples, I've heard. That was the last update I've heard on that. And we are looking into conducting this enhanced surveillance that we're calling it at potentially 1 or 2 more sites to see if we can find it in wildlife at a site that went positive for HPAI. So this is my last slide. This is contact information. So you can see myself and Gary Nornberg. He's the State Director for Wildlife Services in Minnesota. There's our cell numbers and our email. If at any time anybody has any questions, concerns, or suggestions for us, we are completely open to everything. Please feel free to contact us at any time. Again, I thank you for allowing me to present today at your meeting. And I guess I can open it up here if there's any questions or anybody has any concerns or questions they want to share now.
Does anyone have any questions? My only question is when you get into January, February, March, and all the snow is on the ground, and you have to just stay outside for a whole day. That's going to be difficult.
Yes, it is. And, you know, this week it's supposed to be warm. I think it's 40. I'm up in Detroit Lakes. I think it's 41 or 42 out right now. Our biologist and a specialist is out this week doing 3 more assessments this week. So we're taking advantage of this warm weather to try to get out and get some more done. And we're dreading it too. When the cold comes, the wind and the snow, and it's going to be, honestly, it'll be difficult. If the wind's blowing and drifting up against the foundation, it may be difficult to see some of the concerns that we're looking for. So as we're moving forward, we're definitely, we watch the weather closely, And if we do have any windows that would allow us to get out and do any assessment, we definitely take advantage of those as we can. It'll be interesting to see what happens as we go in through the winter. And, you know, even with our surveys, you know, with this time of year, quite honestly, our observations are going to be down just because there's not a lot of birds around right now. They've migrated south. So that's to be expected. But there again, that's kind of why we do follow-up surveys at these places. And if they're willing, if they want us to come back every month or so, or every month or two, we can absolutely do that. So by all means, yes, it could be definitely be a challenge here as we move into winter. But we try to watch the weather, take advantage of any openings that we have and utilize those if we have those. But things may get difficult if it gets really cold, because I've been out in the cold, and yeah, and I'll tell you what, my feet get sore too. You know, you're out there walking around the whole day. But it's great to be in the field. It's going to be a challenge when it gets cold. But we coordinate with the supervisors on board or on the site to let them know what our plans are. If we do have to go back and sit in our truck or something and whatever, or if they have a facility on the site, if there's a shed or something that we can get out of the wind and get a break from the wind or the cold, we ask for that too. But absolutely, it's a concern, and we're going to be dealing with it here, I'm sure, pretty soon.
Well, I commend you for the stick-to-itiveness. You sound like somebody you're really going to make this work. So I appreciate that.
Of course.
Any questions? Okay, I think we'll move on to our, thank you very much, and good luck with everything. I hope you'll wrap this up someday and give us like a summary, not farm by farm, but just the numbers across many farms of things that you saw and help get put right.
Absolutely. Yeah. If we can share, you know, if we can share the most common species we've been seeing or the common issues, we're absolutely looking forward to do that. And we would like to share that with agencies and the industry. So thank you again for allowing me to present today. I really appreciate it.
Take care.
Thank you.
Now from
Share.
I always break Erin's technology during these meetings.
She does not.
Is that working?
It's kind of a-
like to introduce Dr. Veronica Bartsch, who's the companion programs here with board member.
Yeah, so I've been asked to give just a brief companion animal programs update. I have two things that I want to talk about today. Okay, so the first one is canine infectious respiratory disease. So I think we all have heard kind of ad nauseum about this mystery illness that is sweeping the country, causing panic among dog owners and veterinarians alike. So I wanted to talk about what we know, what we don't know, and what's going on in Minnesota. So what we know. So we know that there are a lot of different infectious agents that cause respiratory disease in dogs. There are viruses, there are bacteria, there are environmental factors. So we know that there are a lot of different things. They can work alone, they can work in tandem with each other as well. We know that across the country and in the states, we don't have a great surveillance system for respiratory disease in dogs. So here in Minnesota, canine influenza is a reportable disease, but that isn't the case in other states across the country. So we don't have a good way of really quantifying and tracking the prevalence, so the amount of disease that we have around. We do know that dog factors can drive disease. So the more people are out and about with dogs, the more we have dogs traveling across the country, the more we have dogs interacting with other dogs can definitely drive respiratory disease, just like respiratory disease in people. We also know that, and I'll show you my next couple of slides will illustrate this, but we do know that there is a trend up or an increase in the prevalence, or anecdotally, of respiratory cases. So, you know, here at the Board of Animal Health, you know, we've been watching this, since we had our giant canine influenza outbreak over the summer. And even before then, we heard some murmurings, and certainly since, we've had increased phone calls and conversations with veterinarians, that they're just seeing more cough in the dogs. We do know that there have been some cases, across the country of what we call atypical canine infectious respiratory disease, or ACIRD. This is defined as acute severe respiratory disease in a dog that doesn't have underlying risk factors for severe disease. So we're not talking about our puppies, our old dogs, our brachycephalic dogs, dogs that have underlying heart and lung conditions. So those dogs we know are going to have more severe respiratory disease. In the atypical syndrome, these are healthy dogs without those risk factors suddenly developing very severe disease that tends to be refractory to normal treatment. So we throw our normal antibiotics, our normal steroids, our normal supportive care, and they're not responding. So we do know that there have been instances of atypical CIRD around the country. The next two slides I was able to use from Trupanion Pet Insurance. They graciously loaned these to me. So Trupanion is a pet insurance company that offers services in the United States and up into Canada. What's nice about this is they can act as our surveillance system. So they can look at all of their data of claims or reasons why dogs went into veterinarians. And they can quantify that based on the filing of that claim. We know that this data is biased. Certainly not every dog is insured by a pet insurance company, and every insured dog isn't insured by Trupanion. However, this data is hundreds and thousands of dogs across the country and in Canada. So some of that bias is normalized out just by sheer volume of samples. So this is a 3-month moving average of respiratory disease claims for the last couple of years. And you can see we do have, you know, some ups and downs. Again, we get, you know, seasonality to respiratory disease in dogs, just like we do in people. But overall, you can see this kind of gradual uptick in incidence of disease. This is a map showing where that uptick in disease was statistically significant based on their numbers of claims. So you can see, you know, we've got Oregon had a huge jump, and they really were kind of the ones that started the media attention. They had released a big press release in October talking about what they were seeing there. So certainly they had quite a spike in the number of just respiratory diseases that they were seeing in dogs. We see it along the West Coast, you know, a little bit on the East Coast, and then up in Canada. All of the states that are in gray, it's not that they didn't see an increase in respiratory disease, it's that that increase wasn't statistically significant, meaning they couldn't tell by the data if that was different enough to really say this is different versus just that kind of ebb and flow of disease. So, and you can see in Minnesota, we're in that gray zone. So, you know, we did see increase, but again, hard to say if it really is significant or not. So what don't we know? Well, we don't know if this is a new agent. We have suspicions that this likely isn't. If this was an outbreak of a new infectious agent in dogs, we would see it widespread across the country. That last map that I showed you would be lit up quite a bit. Dogs across the United States would all be naive. And so infections would be much more easier. There's a lot of talk. The University of New Hampshire has discovered or sequenced a new bacterium that is very similar to Mycoplasma bacteria. Mycoplasma is one of our infectious agents in a lot of respiratory disease across species. This bacterium seems to be related to Mycoplasma. The difficult thing with that, and New Hampshire has been very vocal about this, is their study was they isolated this a year ago. They isolated it from 20 out of 30 dogs that had respiratory disease, so a very small number. And they're now isolating it from healthy dogs in the area as well. So again, people have really, in the media especially, have latched onto this, new bacteria from New Hampshire. That's just not scientifically accurate. We also are seeing, negative PCR tests, and a lot of people are saying, oh, this is an agent that we're not picking up on our tests. Well, yes and no. Again, our PCR tests are looking for DNA and RNA from infectious agents. They can be very, very particular tests. You have to sample these dogs in the first 3 days of treatment, which Dr. Maynard will tell us. If you can get a dog into a veterinarian in 3 days from the first clinical sign, that is amazing. So oftentimes we're seeing dogs further on in the disease. They're no longer shedding infectious agent at that point. And so we'll get negative PCR. The other thing is these tests are very sensitive to how you collect the sample, how you store the sample, how you send it to the lab. So again, even if you're grabbing samples on day one, there's a lot of room for error. They also only test for kind of our big bad agents. We have a plethora of other kind of non-named pathogens that cause respiratory disease, just like colds. We have a lot that we wouldn't test for as well. We don't know at this point, because we're seeing more disease, are the atypical cases, really just a matter of we're seeing more of them because we have more disease in general. And with that, you have some severe and most are normal. Or are we really seeing a trend up in the severity of the disease in general? And I think with more time and more people looking at this, we'll have an answer to that, but right now we don't know. We also don't know, is there enough dog factors driving this that we're causing this? We have a lot of dogs with faces like this. The French Bulldog is the most popular dog breed in the United States right now. And again, our brachiocephalic dogs, and they've compromised airways to start with, they are more at risk for respiratory disease. They're more at risk for severe respiratory disease. We also are all coming out of, a 2-3 year pandemic. People are going back to work, dogs are going into dog daycare, we're traveling again at levels that are even higher than pre-pandemic. So we have a lot of dog factors. People are changing the way that they're interacting with their dogs and bringing dogs around. That could be driving the disease, not a new pathogen or not anything that is new and mysterious. The other thing is, is this truly an outbreak, or is it because of all of the attention we're looking for? Whenever they say, whenever you think of, I want to see a red car, then you're going to see all of the red cars. And the same thing, because every time we turn on the television or open the newspaper or get online, they're talking about this mysterious dog disease. Is that making pet owners bring their dogs into the veterinarian, which, because they're coughing, the vets are looking for signs of respiratory disease. That's driving our claims up. That's driving awareness and making this look like an outbreak. So again, time will tell with that. Here in Minnesota, we definitely have had an increased incidence of CIRD. And like I said, we had the state's largest canine influenza outbreak over the summer. So just that alone has increased our incidence of respiratory disease. I spoke with the University of Minnesota and our other tertiary facilities. They aren't seeing a lot of cases that would fit that ACRD or that typical case. The university said over the past month, they've seen one dog that if pushed, they could put it in that category, but they'd have to push pretty hard. So again, this isn't something that is widespread in Minnesota that, we need to raise the red flags. We do fortunately have a surveillance system for respiratory disease in dogs in Minnesota. So we have a great relationship with the University of Minnesota, both their veterinary hospital and the veterinary diagnostic lab. So anytime I have a respiratory test in a dog, I get an email from one of their pathologists and we talk about the case and figure out where it came from. So we can follow up with that right away. Like I said, canine influenza is a reportable disease in the state. So those tests are coming, or those non-negative results are coming in right away. We also have a great communications team at the Board of Animal Health. And so yesterday we just put together language for a vet alert to help our state, our veterinarians in the state know more about testing, know, again, some of these disease facts and figures, what to tell their clients. We also, during our big influenza outbreak, we came up with a lot of outreach materials that are applicable to this, to all respiratory disease, really. So we're working on trying to revamp some of that and maybe reissue some of those communications as well. The second thing I wanted to address was our Companion Animal Advisory Task Force. So the task force was formed in December of 2021 and went for 2 years. So we sunset the end of this year. The purpose or the mission of the task force was to really identify zoonotic and vector-borne diseases of highest concerns and look at import requirements for dogs and cats into Minnesota, particularly those animals that are coming in for resale or adoption. We talked about a lot of things in 2 years, and kind of the two main topics that we kept coming back to were the regulation of foster-based animal rescue groups, and then those diseases of most concern. So for the regulation of foster-based animal rescue groups, the group pretty easily came to the consensus that yes, there needs to be regulation of these entities. And that regulation needs to come through the Board of Animal Health, and it needs to be through statutory authority. The group thought that size of the rescue should be a criteria for whether or not the organization would be required to be regulated by the board. So the annual number of animals coming through the rescue was one of the ways they had considered that. We talked a lot about how do you regulate people's homes. And so the ultimate ending we came to was the parents' organization would be responsible for making sure that their foster homes followed the regulations. And so it would keep our regulatory authority over the organization and then their responsibility in the private homes of their fosters. The Board of Animal Health would continue to have responsibility and authority to investigate official complaints. And this is where we said, you know, perhaps even if that complaint was by or about a private home. The regulations would be very similar to what we have right now in our kennel and our breeder laws. So they would cover, you know, program of veterinary care, standards of care, ventilation, things like that, import, export of animals. Unanimously, and this is something I've been pushing for since I joined the board a couple of years ago, we need to get our language in our kennel statute changed from kennel to shelter. Kennel is an old word, and we're really talking about animal shelters. So that was one thing that the group that came up again and again, and I actually didn't include it in my summary document I sent out to the group, and they brought it back up again. So I wanted to make sure I included that in the slide because it's very important to our task force members that we get that language clear. So talking about diseases of concerns and import regulations, there again was pretty easy consensus that we need to increase our import regulations for dogs and cats coming into the state. It needs to be risk-based and flexible enough that we can focus where we need to focus. Enforcement and education were the biggest hurdles that we came up with. So there is a lot of gaps with especially the animal welfare community over what's required, who regulates them, who enforces those requirements. We talked a lot about the limitations of certificates of veterinary inspection, so CVIs, and this goes not just for companion animals, but across all species. The CBI is one of the main tools that we have to ensure animals that are moving are healthy. However, it is a piece of paper that talks about a point in time. We often, these CBIs are valid for 30 days. So in some situations, because of access to veterinary care is limited, we'll have a CBI issued on day 1, the animals travel on day 30, valid, but those animals are no longer healthy, or they're showing signs of disease that they had on day 1 that weren't evident. So we talked a lot about the pitfalls of that, and unfortunately, they are what they are. They are a tool, and certainly ensure that at least a veterinarian at some point is looking at these animals before they move. We have 3 main diseases. We talked about a lot of other diseases and intestinal parasites and just a lot of other issues, but there were 3 that came up together as, again, a consensus that these are the ones that, to start with, we really need to focus on. So the first one is heartworm disease. The final recommendation of the group, again, we talked about a lot, and I could list the potential recommendations, but they fill out many, many slides. And the final recommendation was dogs that are coming in for resale or adoption need to have a microflaricide medication before they travel. So microflaria are the baby heartworms that go through the bloodstream. That's what a mosquito picks up and then is able to transfer the disease to another dog. And so the group focused on this because we can't stop that dog from having the disease coming in, but our goal then is to stop transfer of that disease to other animals in Minnesota. Dogs that were heartworm positive before, or known heartworm positive before import would also be required to start a course of the antibiotic doxycycline that weakens bacteria that live inside of the worms. And again, these are just barriers with the goal of not spreading this disease to other dogs here in the state and wildlife. The next disease is canine brucellosis. This, again, we talked a lot about brucellosis because it is such a significant public health concern. The group's final recommendation was not universal testing, but more of education and explained risk. So it was to develop documents that rescues and places that are adopting or reselling dogs would be required to give purchasers or adopters, stating the risks of adopting a dog from an area where canine brucellosis is prevalent. They then would hopefully take that information to their veterinarian and their healthcare provider and have that acknowledgement of risk before they bring that animal into their home. And then the last one was external parasites. We talked a lot about translocation of ticks. So we know that ticks from the southern United States are moving up in the country. And that was something that the group thought was very important and wanted to make sure that we stopped. However, we went back and forth about requiring, flea and tick treatment before animals came up. And ultimately, again, ended up with mandatory education. So documents that, again, talk about the risk of animals coming from areas that have ticks and diseases that we don't have in Minnesota. So again, hopefully veterinarians then have that knowledge to be able to treat that. That's all I've got. Fast and easy.
You've had a busy few weeks, I think.
We've had a busy year.
There we go. Any questions for Veronica? Thank you.
Oh, yes, Paul.
Just a comment.
Yeah.
Just so the board knows, the Small Animal Welfare Committee with WMA has been working in concert with these guidelines. And we're actually working on developing specific language for requiring heartworm tests before entry of all dogs coming into the state. And follow-up treatment so that these dogs, if they come in positive, don't stay here positive. And we have some final language that will be approved, we hope, by the MPMA's board of directors next week. And then we can come back. Veronica and Brian both have copies of these documents. We're also working on language for changing Minnesota statutes 347.31 to 40, which is the whole kennel piece. That language was originally written in 1967, so it's in need of an update. And we're actually, as a committee, working on some language to propose for those changes. So, and Veronica's on that committee, Addie's on that committee, and you know, other people are welcome to come. Joni Scheftel's on the committee. So we're working on those two items, and they should be ready, I would think, to present final documents maybe at the February or April meetings of this board. And my thanks to everybody that's been involved. It's been good effort, and I think well worth the while.
Yeah, and the recommendations in this presentation, that's what our task force came up with. So the task force were people from kind of a cross companion animal world. So we had veterinarians, we had Elaine from Pet Breeders, we had an epidemiologist, we had people representing animal shelters and rescue groups as well. So kind of a gamut of folks. And so, you know, moving forward with this information that we've come up with, you know, and we'll take these opinions and conversations as well as what MBMA is working on. We'll look at the science behind it. We'll talk to our counterparts in other states as well, and then move forward with, you know, policy or statute or administrative rule, whatever it may end up being, to make those changes.
I was gonna say, it's always good when industry is looking for a stronger piece of the puzzle than we're ready to put in place yet. You know, because if you can build the piece and we help slide it in,
yep,
that works for everybody.
Yep, it sure is.
That's what the committee is working on.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bartsch. We'll move on to field inspection opportunities for board members. Well, it's getting ready. I'd like to talk about two examples that I had.
Absolutely.
I don't think she has a presentation. So village members, we kind of asked to go out in the field a couple of times, actually in our bylaws now. And everything. And I did have an opportunity last May to go see some deer in the city park with Dr. Peterson. And then I went to our local shelter in Northfield with Dr. Susan Conahan and got to see how they do their inspections. And it was thorough and it was eye-opening.
Fantastic. I think that's part of the reason why I was asked to give this presentation today, is to better explain what opportunities are available and remind you that as part of our advisory board, it's best if you understand what we do. Not only us at the administrative level, but also our field folks. And Addie's gonna smile through this entire thing because I feel like she should be grandfathered in because she's had a lot of experience with our field folks. So she's probably done all of these activities. But you still have to do that as a board member. It's gotta be efficient, okay? So just a reminder, our field staff are located throughout the state. And we do have an interactive map on our website where you can find people in your area. I think for coordinating these field visits, we've decided it's best if they go through Aaron and myself and then have you coordinate with field staff, but certainly feel free to reach out to field staff directly. That's acceptable as long as we know what's going on and what the expectations are from you. So you'll see on this map, there are blue squares and there are green squares. So this is a really good reminder of we are one team, but we really owe a lot of credit to our USDA counterparts, right? So, green squares are state people, and I'm using the pointer because I thought it would work. Green squares are state folks and blue squares are USDA folks. As Stephan pointed out earlier, we could not accomplish our mission without our USDA counterparts. They are invaluable to our team. Huge kudos to the work that they do. And so you'll see all of those folks on there. I think it's okay with Stephan, but we double check with her if you wanted to do an inspection with one of the USDA people, as long as it's state work and not something that's specific to our federal counterparts. Okay. So in 2023, our people will have completed just over 1,000 inspections. So that, I know, look at your face, like that's a lot of work for 23 people. That they do such a great job. And Kate is part of that team, so yay, Kate, good job. So you can kind of see this is how it details out the number of facilities they've inspected in each of the categories. So it kind of gives you an idea of what type of work is available. Or if you really are just, I don't care what I do, I need to do something, you're probably going to pick poultry dealers because there's a lot of them. And there's a pretty good chance we can get you done one of those inspections. I want to point out that not only did our field staff complete more than 1,000 inspections, this is a minute part of the work that they do, because this does not include disease investigations, our response to formal complaints, our compliance work, our work in an incident management team, responding to diseases like, I don't know, highly pathogenic avian influenza, for example. And then our federal counterparts as well do additional work with import-export, as Stephan talked about earlier. So these folks work really hard and earn their paychecks. And so let's keep that in mind, that we want to accommodate you, but just remember that they're really busy. And so let's try to work together to work something that is going to be good for everyone's schedule. Information about our program is on our website, which will be new and improved sometime. But overall, even though it's not sustainable, it is a really decent website. So I would encourage you, if you have the time, if you're going to say go and see a kennel inspection, go to our website, what's available there, read about why we regulate kennels and what's required of these kennels, etc. Just to give that background. For me, it's always better to have that knowledge up front, and then when I get to the inspection, then more questions will arise as we go through. I'm sure Peggy did that because she always does her homework. All right, so just some choices. I'm not going to go through everything, but again, I'm going to hit the ones that we have the most inspections available. Poultry dealers, Dr. Scheftel talked about these. So a lot of these are going to be your feed stores, Tractor Supply, Runnings, etc. Pretty straightforward inspection, but still fun to do. I'm sure Addie's done them. So I just, on the left-hand side here, I've got what the facility is or what the entity is, whether or not they're required to be permitted or licensed with us, and then just a rough summary of what we're there to verify. And on the right, I just break it down a little bit more. So you'll see that there's an overall theme to the inspections. In general, we're looking for the same types of things, but some of them get more specialized. And to Veronica's programs, credit to commercial dog and cat breeders, and Dr. D'Amico's program as well, Farm Survey, there are a lot more regulations for those programs. So these little checklists are going to be quite a bit longer, and you're going to spend some more time out on those farms. And then looking at Brenda back there, she says she's well aware of all of those requirements that have to be met. So, all right, hatcheries and breeding flock facilities. So Shauna talked a lot about poultry programs. We have a significant number of poultry in the state of Minnesota. I hope you're all aware of that. And the board permits breeding flock facilities and hatcheries, including those backyard hatcheries. So we're going to do a commercial hatchery. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more concern about biosecurity risk, more requirements for you on the front end versus one of the backyard facilities. They might not be as strict. Certainly, if you need personal protective equipment, which in most cases you will need something, whether it's booties or the full gamut, we will provide that for you. We just need to know what size you prefer and a little bit of lead time so we can make sure that that's ready, or that our inspector has that for you. If you guys have questions, jump in at any point. Kennels, or better known as shelters. And yes, thank you for pointing out how antiquated that language is, because we've been pushing that with Michelle. We need to get this updated, and it will happen. someday. Someday before you and I die.
Yeah, so I understand the shelters.
Yeah.
But I'm also interested in going to see a cat breeding place in Faribault. When
That's something.
we tried to get that arranged and it just never happened, and so she went ahead and did her inspection, but the next inspection. I'm gonna see a cattery.
Yeah, and there are, how many do we have now? There's two, only two. It used to be three, right? So.
I'm very interested in that, but
it's
that's not a shelter, so.
It's not.
Kennel is still, I mean, there's still.
Well, and we would call that a breeder. or
Okay,
breeding
so it'd be
facility.
like.
So that's how we would-
Separate out by shelters.
That's how we describe it. Yes, and so then when they, and again, to your point, then when they use the word kennel in the statutory language for breeders, they're actually talking about the kennel, like a, right? Structure, so, nuances. So again, this is probably one of the easiest inspections for you to go with our folks on because they're usually not planned out too far ahead of time, and it's something that you don't have to do a lot of upfront biosecurity planning, to attend. We do want you to wear footwear that's dedicated either to this inspection or the booties over top of your shoes. And then obviously if there's anything else that this facility would require you to do. This is one of my favorite inspections. I always enjoyed doing it in the field, but I kind of a soft spot for shelters, so. And then here's your commercial dog and cat breeders that Peggy was talking about, which include our two catteries, which I think catteries are fabulous. So I think that's a really great idea. One thing I want to point out about all of our inspections, and it just comes to mind when I'm thinking about companion animal facilities, the variation of the types of facilities that we regulate is unfathomable to me sometimes, right? So you might have an impound facility that you're inspecting with someone that sees maybe 10 dogs in a year, right? Versus a cattery that's got 250 cats. And to me, those, and a lot of the same regulations apply to these two facilities. So it's really interesting if you wanted to do, one of each of those to see what our field folks are up against, right? When they're trying to take these regulations and requirements, apply them to these facilities that are completely different and operated completely different. So something I think that I'll give a lot of credit again to our field staff for working on and figuring out how to make things work at each of these unique facilities. Did our breeders all leave? Everybody left. Okay. I want to see if they wanted to put a plug in for why you want to come to our facility. Other than, again, a lot of them are really fun, and who does not want to see puppies and kittens? So I'm going to put a plug in for that one just because of that. County fairs, again, these tend to vary. So most of you are located in the rural areas, so you're going to go to, if you choose your local county fair, you're going to see more livestock. However, I live in Iceni County, you're more likely to see rabbits, poultry, not so much cattle. So something to think about if you're more interested in seeing the larger livestock, you might want to go to a facility that's further out. Where's our Katie's not here? 92 county fairs. That sound right to anybody? There's more county fairs than there are counties in the state of Minnesota. So again, lots of opportunities here to piggyback on an inspection. And we will allow you to get a corn dog. We will take a break and allow you to do that because we're nice. All right, Farm Saturday. I feel like we talk about this topic a lot. I know that everyone really wants to get out and see a service farm because again, it's a niche agriculture opportunity that we don't see every day. So still want to encourage you to do that. I wanted to remind everybody that we no longer inspect facilities with only white-tailed deer. So if you wanted to get on a white-tailed deer farm, you have to work with our DNR partners, which Mike should be here.
He's not here.
He's not here. Always be virtually.
Yes.
Virtually. So discuss that with him. But I know Brenda's been very open to having people out to her farm historically, and I think it's a good opportunity for your family and the people that come to visit. And so certainly, if you're looking for something specific, if you're looking for a facility that is doing breeding, or we have a facility that is a velvet, let us know and we'll try to coordinate that for you. You have kittens that are on farm too. I bet the calories got this. Poor kids. and you can- What's that?
She's got good cookies, is what I.
Okay. Cookies and kittens? Alex is sold. Alright. Livestock markets, these inspections are technically only required to happen annually, but I will tell you that our folks are in these markets monthly at least. Sometimes more often than that, whether it's to do a full inspection, respond to an investigation, look at records, friend with disease traceability, we're there quite a bit. So, if anything, it's just nice to go ahead and see what we expect from our livestock markets. I think we've got 20, and again, maybe Katie, because I'm getting these numbers wrong. I think we have 23 actually state federal livestock markets. That's all right, Eric, 23? Yeah. In the state of Minnesota, so 22. So again, another really good opportunity to get yourself out on some of these inspections. Garbage feeders. How many are we down to, Brian?
I think we're at 5.
5. But a very unique opportunity. Not every state allows garbage feeding, and we do a really good job of regulating garbage feeding. So I would also highly recommend these as an inspection. It's just that to me, it's a fascinating, again, another fascinating agriculture niche that I would take advantage of if you can and get out and see what these folks are doing.
We're talking about antiquated language. I wish it was waste feeding, but
feeding food waste to livestock. I think is what they've been asking for the better part of a decade, but in our regulatory language, in our regulatory language, it's garbage feeding.
It's food waste and it's cooked.
Correct. It's not always cooked, and I think I did put something in here.
Requirements.
Yeah, so for the A facilities, which is our 5 folks, it's gonna be cooked because it's gonna have potential contact meat. For our class B feeders, which 30 some-ish,
Yeah, that fluctuates.
yeah, that is not to be cooked, so not as exciting in my personal opinion, but if you want to check on those inspections, you're more than welcome to. And then other opportunities, if any of these may appeal to you, we do verify scrape ID compliance on a routine basis. We have our folks go out and do fence inspections of any facilities that have had chronic wasting disease, livestock buying stations, rendering facilities. It's actually a really fascinating inspection if you've not been to one and you don't understand the rendering process. Upland game bird hatcheries, I would recommend going with Brian Zemer, because he is an expert in upland game birds. And then slaughter only handling facilities, terminal feedlots. And that covers, again, pretty much all of the inspections. If you're really dying to get out an investigation, which I don't think you are, but if you are, we can discuss that as well and see if that meets those requirements under the bylaws. Questions? Abby, did you want to comment on your experience?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I have had the privilege of going on literally everything that she has mentioned so far, except for rendering and scrape the ID.
Okay.
And I can't tell you how much fun it is, and how amazing it is to go, and the memories that I have from these visits are like some of the best of my clinical, in fact, probably my entire veterinary career. So I would highly recommend going.
And if I recall, during your externship, you also had the privilege of helping us collect samples for classical swine fever and spray bee. And so if you want to get your hands dirty, if that's not something you do, you guys are farmers and veterinarians, I'm sure you do, but if you want to dig through dead stuff, we'll set you up. Not a problem. Thanks all. Looking forward to getting you guys out on these inspections. And I know our field staff are as well.
What's the first step?
Yeah, email, and I'll send out another email. I don't know the last time we sent one to try to coordinate this, Erin. It's been a while.
Last winter, I think.
Yeah, so
And they weren't on.
so Steve, I'll send out another email that you guys can respond to. I think we did a survey.
Did a survey.
That
and I
was
think
great.
Yeah.
So I'll just email you directly, and then you can let me know what your availability is, or roughly. I think we started with, what area do you want to be in? I'm assuming close to where you live is ideal, but if it's not, that's okay too. And then
What's the typical time? Is this the whole day? Is it?
Depends on the inspection, depends on the inspection that you pick and what your drive time is. There's a lot of factors, so I can't really answer that, but once you tell me what you're interested in doing and how much time you have available, if you know you want something short, it'll help you to figure that out.
Okay.
We know you're busy.
Thing was just down the street, so we met about an hour to walk through a small shelter, mostly animals are outside the shelter, so. But the deer one was a drive to get there and then walking all the way around the enclosure. It was a workout, but I love it.
Thanks. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Addie Evans-Engelke, and I'm a four-year veteran here at the board, with all 4 years being the Farm Service Program lead. So my position consists of doing a lot of the administrative work for the program, including a lot of education, managing the data, and enforcing statutes. I am just going to do a quick overview before we get into more of where we're at today type discussion. Right. All right. So currently in the state of Minnesota, we have 85 non-white-tailed deer herds. And that includes about 3,000 cervids. As you can see, the herd breakdown for the different species. We also have 15 white-tailed deer mixed species herds that we are currently working with the DNR to complete the inspections and the yearly things that need to get done for these herds, which I'll talk a little bit about here shortly. I did want to point out that in 2003 so far, we have had 5 non-white-tailed deer farms that have left the industry. We do expect that to increase by the end of the year and then again increase even further come next year, September. Currently for staffing, we have Dr. Heather D'Amico as our Farm Service Program Director, myself, and then Sam Capel, who is Office and Admin Specialist Intermediate. We also have 20 Board of Animal Health and USDA field personnel that help conduct annual cervid inspections, but also are point of contact for a lot of our farmers. Also, there's a good 5 of us here at the agency who are in other programs that do help the Farm Service Program, whether it's for data entry, database management, but also consultation for the program. Currently, there are no positive CWD farm cervids in the state of Minnesota. Our last CWD positive farm was found October of 2022 in Winona County, and that herd was depopulated October 18th, 2022. This year we have had 1 elk escape that happened in October, and that elk was actually recaptured in November and died that evening. Currently, CWD results are pending. We actually also had 2 ingress situations occur where we had a wild elk that penetrated a farmed elk fence, and then also wild white-tailed deer that penetrated a farmed elk fence. Both were dispatched on site, and both animals were CWD not detected. Currently, we are working the USDA cooperative funding agreement money that we received an extension for the genomically estimated breeding value research project that we started last year. And that's actually for farmed white-tailed deer only. And if you remember, the GEBV, genomically estimated breeding value research, is looking at alleles that help, that reduces, looks at alleles that reduce susceptibility to CWD across the entire white-tailed deer genome. The testing is conducted at the North American Deer Registry. We're also working on a producer portal. So it's more of an application for our farmers to better process their herd inventories and keep better track of their events, which will help them out and then will also help us out with their inventories and things. And that's slowly being phased in starting January 1st of this year. Currently, registration renewals are due by the end of the year. That includes inspections and inventories, physical and annual inventories. These numbers completed and remaining are normal for this time of year. A lot of our farmers do like to do these activities later in the year. So a little bit wordy, but I did want to do just a bit of a farm survey program history recap. A lot of things have been happening in the last few years, so I wanted to go over that with you quick. Back in 2021, there was a special session where the board and DNR were issued concurrent authority over the farmed white-tailed deer program. And that then spanned about 2 years, but when that first started, we did start weekly meetings at that time with the DNR, and those continue to this day. In February of 2002, we did a full migration of the farmed white-tailed deer data to a second database for DNR access. And then we started farm survey weekly training for the DNR captive deer staff, and that started October of 2022. We are continuing that as needed. And then in 2023, this last Minnesota legislative session, we did have the transfer of the farmed white-tailed deer program and the duties, responsibilities to the DNR beginning July 1st. And with that, there was a lot of statute changes, but also interagency agreement that we worked on with the DNR's cooperation about more of the details of helping out the DNR with the transition and just helping with the program in general. And that was completed August 30th. The board and the DNR jointly maintain the CWD herd certification program with the USDA. And Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong with this statement, but currently the Office of the Reviser of Statutes are re-entering the farm survey laws into the 2024 legislative session due to the lack of clarity in the statute language. Can I say that correctly?
Yeah, essentially the reviser, they will take the language and they can put instructions very clear. All they can do is make the exact changes. They cannot interpret language. They feel like there's so much interpretation.
Okay.
So they need to clarify duties and whatnot. So that's legislative intent and that's their job. The legislature, the advisor, from my understanding, is not able to make some of those changes.
Okay.
But the bill is in law. It is current, but it needs some modifications.
Needs some more. Okay. All right. Next slide's a little bit scary, but I do want you to just pay notice that the underline in blue. There's a lot of statute changes, and the three that I feel as though that I'm currently dealing with the most with the farmers are these three. So I just wanted to go over them quickly. For fencing, the fencing has to be in a manner designed to prevent escape and ingress of wild cervids, so 96 inches. But what was included in this last legislative session was that it needs to prevent the physical contact between wild cervids and then our farm cervids. That change will occur September of 2024. And then we have the importation statute change where a person cannot import live cervidae into the state from a different state or province where CWD has been detected in the wild or farm cervids within the last 5 years, unless that animal has been tested with a live, validated live animal test. This reduces the amount of states and provinces to just a handful of places. The third will be that CWD testing used to be mandatory for all farm cervids 12 months of age and older. It is now animals that are 6 months of age and older.
Just wanted to point out.
Yeah.
So Addie had mentioned earlier that our non-white-tail cervid farms are dropping.
Yes.
And there's a concern that we will lose more by fall of next year. And this is the reason why that the fencing requirement goes into effect September 2024. So we know we've got producers that are kind of waiting to see if changes are going to occur during this legislative session, that they give them some wiggle room, I guess, in how that's interpreted. So there's a large number that are waiting to see what happens through the summer.
Yeah, thank you for that.
There's one other item that we haven't a bunch of that hasn't come up yet, but when it does, it'll be a big deal. And that is, our privacy will not be private. Anybody can request, like if there was an outbreak of CWD. The media could request my name, my address, what animals I have in my herd. That would be available to them. It's not available in any other livestock industry, but that will not be available to them. That was another change.
Thank you, Brenda.
That's a big deal to us.
Yes.
We would be in the Star Tribune the very next day, exactly where we live, who we are, everything.
Mm-hmm. So where are we today? Program staff with all of these new statute changes, we interpret these changes, develop education materials, we make a plan, and we execute and enforce those changes. And when I say program staff, I also include the DNR captive deer farm staff. We have evolved into a really good team during the concurrent authority and have continued a strong relationship throughout the transition of the white-tailed deer farm moving to the DNR. That's not to say that this hasn't been challenging. It has been challenging due to the continuous changes and also due to the complexity of this program. What has increased quite a bit is the communication to farmers, obviously just the statute changes, but also with what is happening, what will happen, working through what it means for their herd and making the necessary changes for their herd in order to abide by these new laws. But also simple things of who do I contact? Who do I send this document to? Is it okay if I send it to this person? So that communication also stems not only to farmers, but also our stakeholders, the veterinary diagnostic lab, the veterinarians that work on TB and brucellosis testing, export destination states. So it has been a lot of extra communication since this has occurred. Workload has not decreased due to the fact that the board has decreased the amount of herds that we are responsible for. It has increased, depending on what happens, it really will depend on the work, what will happen with that workload. It's day to day. So one of our biggest hurdles that we have had to work through is the white-tailed deer mixed herds. So the herds that contain white-tailed deer and non-white-tailed deer. So that's the responsibility of both the board and the DNR. It includes all aspects of the program. Inventories, who reconciles the inventory, who does the inspections, the compliance, what happens if a disease erupts, the TB and brucellosis program. So it's a lot of communication with the DNR staff regarding these things and a lot of planning that has gone into specifically these 15 herds. So where are we today for the interagency agreement that was completed in August? The DNR is the Board of Animal Health is helping with the white-tailed deer part of the program. It's being funded by the DNR. So that includes training. It includes CWD sample collector training. If there were to be a CWD investigation, trace, exposure, responding to any reportable diseases and administering white-tailed deer, TB, brucellosis, all the movements that occur. And then of course that database support needed for the DNR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody have questions?
Yeah, this just came to me. I actually know this, but I don't. The DNR's version of Core One, is that funded through them?
Yes, they pay for that, yes.
When she was talking about funding, she was talking about they pay for support, of course, Ellen.
Oh,
A
okay.
certain amount per time to
Yeah.
support that thing, utilizing that database because she has an expertise. So that's what she was saying.
Thank you.
Just a clarification,
Yeah.
what statutes actually have been changed and are published today? Or are they all waiting till next session? Like, where are we with the final versions of statutes on the books?
So I'll defer to Michelle on that, but I believe they're published, what was passed, but then there's some question about how the language needs to be revised to make it more clear. So right now, the interpretation is a little bit off because there's, previously the regulations are written to include all farm survey, but to split out the white-tailed deer hasn't been done yet. That's my sloppy way of explaining it. Michelle have better.
Yeah, so it's been done, it'll just be clarified this next session, it's just making that delineation very clear, so there's no room for interpretation. So, it was the omnibus environment bill, our natural resources, climate, energy, finance, and policy, that was chapter 60. That was published, and then, the one that Brenda mentioned, I forget which committee that was. Yeah. Actual is chapter 52. So that's where the two changes, or the changes have been within those two chapters.
So the rules for farm survey are still in full effect, the way they're written? For all survey,
Yes, the rules are not touched.
right, except maybe the 6-month thing? No,
That's
like is the fencing thing gonna be in the rules then too?
statute supersedes rules. So
Okay.
the statute.
Got it.
The statute currently says 96 inches and double fence.
No, the double fencing.
It's
an exclusion. Or exclusion.
Yeah, prevents physical contact between wild servants and farm servants.
That's how it's to do that. Double fence.
Yes, so, yep, exclusionary fencing, we call it, and there's a couple different options that farmers can choose.
It could be no electric fence too, that's what we're working with, is to figure out what is feasible. A lot of those two are many acres, and if you're gonna do a whole double fence, that's a lot of money. Especially with some uncertainty in the industry, we're trying to figure out that balance of making sure we're having those fences put in, but that it's also feasible.
Do you have exclusionary fencing guidelines?
Absolutely.
If you're curious how people have done it or some of the options.
Well, when we were doing the rules and that was happening, that was obvious what they were talking about doing, so I'm okay with that. But they're making some of these things in statute. And so, the fencing is going into statute. That's what gives me heartburn as a representing swine industry, cattle, anybody, they can do this. I don't know if I'm supposed to say stuff like this at a meeting like this, but if that can happen to, species like servants, it could happen to any species. That's not my role on the Board of Animal Health.
I would argue that it is. And I think that's what Brenda's getting at too. It's scary for their industry, but it's scary for all industries because it's just changing our work. So.
I had a question that the Farm Bureau should have been more thoughtful.
Yeah.
And they weren't. And
Well, somebody who's gonna help me get more involved in this, or something. And shed some light on some things that are going on and shed it on. That's all I'm gonna say for now.
Do you have a question or comment, Elaine?
Well, when your slides were up, I thought you had the statute site on the screen. I didn't make a note of it. That's what Paul was asking about. Okay. And I couldn't hear the one-on-one conversation in this corner. Just the observation that if there are any rules that are in conflict with the amended statute, the statute is going to supersede the rules. So it's sort of like, you know, doesn't matter if they don't match, the statute will prevail.
Thank you very much, by the way. That was good. Yeah. Final speaker, Lucia Hunt.
We need, do you have Michael Oehler?
Oh, my God. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Michael.
Yep.
Yeah,
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen here so we can get that rolling. Hey, you got the wrong screen, it looks like. Like that. Just okay, how's that?
Looks good.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So, and thank you to Addie. Addie is, as you know, following her, that's a tough deal to follow. She's very in-depth, very granular, and covered a lot of the information that really critical to the CERBID program. So I appreciate Addie taking that deep dive. I'm gonna be just a little more 30,000 foot with my update from the DNR side. And this is a presentation that's kind of repurposed from the briefing that I gave to the legislature here about a month ago. Dr. Jopp gave a presentation at that same time, briefed the Ag Committee. So real quickly, where are we at with white-tailed deer and white-tailed deer mixed farms in Minnesota? Addie shared some of the, a little bit about the mixed herd side. I'm not going to go into that too much, but right now we were sitting about at 117-ish this summer. As you can see in the note here that I have above the bar graph, I have about 20 producers that are getting out before the end of the calendar year. So several of these, Addie mentioned, we've done closeouts on them. They just haven't gotten them taken care of in core one yet. But so we're probably going to be we'll be well under 100 by the end of the calendar year. And I have at least 5 more that have indicated that certainly by the end of, or prior to the new fencing requirements in September of 24, that they do intend to get out and not, spend those dollars on meeting that requirement. The graph or the map on the right here just shows distribution of farms. You've probably seen this before, but in general, it follows sort of a northwest, southeast orientation along the transition zone where we do have most of our deer habitat. This is our best wild deer range that we have in the state. So northeast, very little action up there, and intensive ag down south of the Minnesota River, limited farms in that area as well. So staffing, when you hear folks talking about DNR staff, it sounds sort of impressive. Right now, I am the only full-time staff with the Farm Deer Program as the coordinator. We do have the enforcement division. We've had 2 individuals in that position in the last, since July of 22. That's currently Lieutenant Haberman, Robert Haberman. And so he manages all of the COs, the game wardens across the state, which we have about 25 of those, and they're indicated in this map here in the counties indicated in green. So this is a collateral duty for them. They have their normal day job of enforcing game and fish laws. So this is a voluntary situation for them where they've agreed to do farm deer inspections for us. We also have an OAS intermediate that we're working on right now with HR in that hiring process. So I hope to have a second full-time position soon to help with a workload that, as Addie mentioned, doesn't seem to change. In terms of what we've accomplished since July 1, since the duties were transferred to the DNR sole authority, daily oversight, we have about 75% of our inspections completed thus far. I think we're right around 80 or something like that of the 110 or so that we need to do. So we're getting that done. And Addie mentioned as well that a lot of them wait until this last portion of the year to do those inspections. So we're getting quite a big push right now. Addie mentioned the interagency agreement that we recently signed with them. That was over 90 days ago. So we are due to take a look at that again to see if we want to make some modifications. And I believe we do have a few that we want to suggest some amendments. We did create a farm deer web page. You can see here on the right, and this is essentially for the business needs of producers. It's not an educational per se like we normally have on our DNR website. They're very educational for the public. This is more strictly just for business needs of producers. Online payment portals. So now they can pay fees online. So that's been a big benefit instead of processing paper checks, but we do still get some of those. MinPro, working with them on a consultation. That was something that was required through the legislation, an annual consultation with them. We've chose to go to quarterly to try to keep up with them on, some of the breaking things that they're working on. And Addie did also mention the herd certification program that we jointly administer, a USDA program. Real quickly on that, in that interagency agreement, the things that are on our plate on the DNR side. So again, this is just the white-tailed deer, and then some mixed herds. We're doing inspections with their staff as well. But all the farm inspections, so these are the integrity of the fences and things of that nature. Herd inventories, so we have all of the annual and physical, all the compliance. Again, I mentioned the herd certification program, all the CWD testing and sessions dealing with that and mortalities on the white-tailed deer sites, and then any positives that we may have. Hopefully we don't have, but those would be worked through with the Board of Animal Health as well. Some of the challenges, and I started about a year ago, October, so part of the concurrent authority overlapped with quite a bit of that. And I think that anxiety and confusion started building then for a lot of producers, certainly since July 1, who should they contact for certain, business needs and stuff like that. So for example, Addie's handling and the board are handling all the movements. So we're trying to direct them to get those forms to the board instead of sending them here. But in the end, we're just making sure that we get them to the right place, whether they're getting death forms here that we would process, or movement forms that Addie would work on, or TB, brucellosis. Nonetheless, it is still causing a lot of confusion. It used to be a one-stop shop. We've changed that. The legislature changed that. So they do have a lot of questions and need a lot of continuing education to make sure that we get things done in a timely manner. The legislative requirements, again, Addie mentioned that as well. The fencing, usually the first thing that they ask is, when do I have to have my double fence up? So there we need to do a little bit of education that there are other options, for preventing physical contact. So we, are working through that right now with a lot of the producers. And then some of the CWD testing requirements, of course, that's new. I think we've had really good compliance with that thus far. Very few people have, not met those requirements. Second bullet I have here is maintaining consistency. And what I'm trying to point out there is that to reduce some of that confusion and anxiety and just program consistency. We are trying to follow a lot of what the board was doing prior to sole authority on July 1. So, whether it be with timelines, civil penalty amounts, things like that, we're trying to be consistent and not, make great changes right away. So hopefully that'll help alleviate some of that confusion. And then Addie again mentioned some of the mixed herd challenges, and so I'm not going to go into detail on that, but suffice it to say that there are a lot of questions from producers, and so we do have to make a lot of phone calls and work with them consistently. So just to summarize, and I'll echo what I heard Addie say, and I think it's been proof is in the pudding, I guess, so to speak. But we do have a good relationship with the board. We've got a strong relationship with the staff and with leadership, on both sides of both agencies. And I think we've done pretty good with a challenging situation that was handed to us by the legislature. And we're learning to work together. We have to call audibles and things like that to get things figured out. But again, from our side, we appreciate the support. We acknowledge the board's long-standing expertise in this area of animal husbandry and working with livestock producers. I mean, that's something that the DNR typically, it's not in our wheelhouse. We manage wild deer. We do that well. Captive deer is a whole different situation. So this was new, and we do certainly appreciate the board's expertise and assistance in that regard. So that's what I have for my presentation, and I will be more than happy to take any questions if anyone has any at this time.
Anyone else? I also want to thank you for the words that you just had about the board and being in this position. We don't often hear from other people about how the staff is doing. We kind of see what they're doing from our position, but it's good to hear from you that you've been that you're thankful that we have that good relationship, and I think that's very important. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome. Very much deserved.
Do you have any other questions then?
Addie answered them all already. That's again the problem following Addie. I mean, she's got all the details. She answers all the questions, the hard ones up front, and so kind of slide in here at the end.
Well, thank you very, very much, and your insights have been very helpful.
Oh, thank you.
Now we can go to the Lucia.
I shall pass a good job. Six. We're gonna start having them here today. I'm gonna try my best to get us out of here by 2:30. But when they asked me to talk about the IFP, I looked back. I gave a presentation back in April. And so that was talking, a lot about how we interacted over high-path avian influenza. And I thought, well, this time I'm going to take zoom out even a little bit more. So it's talking about how we got to where we are. So I'm not going to really dwell on HPAI too much. These are all the monsters that hide under my bed. These are, what keeps me up at night. And I just discovered a new one to add to this list. It's called cybersecurity in the food and agriculture sector. So the threats keep mounting in our agricultural world. So it's our job, it's my job at the Department of Agriculture to stay on top of these things and make sure that we're prepared. So, here's foreign animal diseases down here as part of a larger scope of issues that we deal with. The Board of Animal Health is both a member of our incident management team and also a beneficiary. And so these other points here are our other divisions within the Department of Ag. So helping anybody out who needs some emergency assistance. And then, please don't try to read this, but this is some language from the governor. Every probably about 4 years, the governor puts out another executive order. This is the freshest one from 2023 that just came out a couple of weeks ago. And in this executive order, the governor says a couple things. You know, he says that to any state agency responding to an emergency of any type has to use the National Incident Management Systems, Incident Command System. So that's ICS. If you're not familiar with that term, that's that's kind of our foundation of response. Every agency who's a responding agency must have a qualified emergency manager on staff. So we all got that, and we must have a department operations, emergency operations plan. So that's true for the MDA, the Board of Animal Health, and all of the other state agencies that are responding. And then over in this really little type here, one of the points in the executive order is that the Department of Agriculture must coordinate with the Board of Animal Health on foreign animal disease issues. So it's a good thing we get along so well, because you'd be stuck with us either way. And just a little terminology here. So our incident command system, this is our framework for how we operate within an emergency. It's how we organize an emergency. So this is a nationally recognized framework. It's used for everything from wildfires to foreign animal diseases, and people claim you can even plan a wedding using ICS principles. So it's that broad, right? And to learn how to do this, if you have any events coming up or planning anything, and I would encourage members of the board to take a look at this. These are free courses through FEMA, online courses to learn just the real basics of incident command system. Some of the terminology sounds a little militaristic, but it's how we organize ourselves. And we organize ourselves into the incident management team. So we use those principles, and especially in a foreign animal disease, we work together with our partner agencies toward a common goal. So we all know the same terminology, and we're all using the same positions, and it just provides a real common groundwork for where we're headed. And I've got can be specialized. So we are specialized into a food and ag IMT. There's what's called all hazards IMTs. Probably wouldn't want us to help out on hurricane cleanup or anything like that, but there's a lot of IMTs out there. Even in Minnesota, we've got some that are good for natural disasters, but our specialty is food and ag issues. So that's where we sit. And as far as my essential list here for all of the positions that we need to fill for a foreign animal disease response. It's a lot of 19 essentials, and there's more. So you can see how complex some of these incidents are. We use incident command system to respond to everyday pesticide fertilizer spills. But something like this requires a lot of coordination, a lot of specialty knowledge to know, where you fit into the system and how the system all works together. And this is my recruitment slide. This is what I have. Most of our IMT members from the Department of Ag are volunteers. And so they're coming away from their regular jobs. We really don't do a lot of animal health or animal livestock work much at the Department of Ag in general. So people are coming into something brand new to them. It takes a little bit of courage to jump across that bridge, but we get a lot back from joining an IMT. The leadership that you gain, the camaraderie, just the knowledge that you can bring back to your regular jobs is how I shake some of these resources loose. We're really hopeful that they learn as much about high path avian influenza as incident command system, and they can take those principles back to their regular jobs. And this is our deployment. These are just our last 4. You notice a pattern here. HPAI seems to keep popping up, but we keep having these rather lengthy deployments. And I'm sorry to USDA and the Department of Health, we don't have your stats on here, but just for, you can just kind of see how many resources the, each of these deployments take. And these are not the same 86 people that are here today. So it's a constant training. It's a constant resource allocation, a lot of management, a lot of recruitment goes on all the time. We're really glad that we have the ability to support the Board of Animal Health through a lot of these incidents. It prepares us for any of those other agricultural threats that we're facing. So just kind of over the years where we've gone, these lengthy deployments present their own challenges. We talked earlier about the sustainability of the incident. So that's something that we look at from a whole IMT level as well. More lists of things to do. There are so many different aspects of something like a foreign animal disease response. There's no way that one person can know everything about every item on this list. So we really rely on the Board of Animal Health to provide a lot of the technical expertise. We have a lot of people at the Department of Agriculture who are generalists but have developed expertise in a lot of these areas. So together we've been able to build a really functional and very successful incident management team, I think to the envy of many other states. And just a little bit of a picture of what we've done in the past couple of years, just as far as training and exercises go. This doesn't happen magically. And so we do have some pretty rigorous training, both the online and coursework that we expect our members to do, but also a variety of exercises, a lot of swine focus in the last couple of years, obviously from African swine fever. And with our poultry work, our poultry formers got to work out this summer, just making sure that we had all of our contractors trained up and able to run all of the equipment. So a little bit of a accomplishments board for us. And well, 4 minutes over. But thank you for the time this afternoon. And I hope that, we are all fans of the IMT and can keep that going for many years to come.
Well, thank you very, very much. Are there any questions for Lucia? Well, I do want to thank you. Actually, we're ending on kind of a high note of how we all get together and make this work. And I think that's been represented throughout this meeting. And so I appreciate everything. I'm speaking for the board here. I'm going to say whatever.
Absolutely.
At this point, I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion. Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
I know. Thank you, Jessica. Adjourn.